That'll work.
Okay. She's going to stand here, though, so I have to find another spot. I don't like that shot over there. Dale, okay.
Let me know when you're up.
That's why I was my only issue with I got my book.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a youth.
Yo soy Héctor.
No, va a ser que no sé, ayer íbamos a ir a comer a su casa pasta y todo el rollo. Pero bueno, me interesa emocionada. Claro que es primera vez en mi vida que voy a ver la verdad que está bien. Pero te reconocí, la voy a saludar.
No, you're up on the truck and your shot is out. So, beautiful mountain shot. All great. Thank you. Sí.
Yo lo vi en un evento que hubo en mira, tienes buenas cosas. Yo soy productor hace 40 años. Entonces digo, tienes buenas cosas.
Hi everyone. Just to give you a heads up, I think we're tracking closer to 12:30 Milltown for Air Force One. So just so everyone's tracking. And then I also want to make sure everyone's aware that it will be a pull press for departure. So after arrival, after the motorcade departs, you'll have a few minutes to gather your things and depart. But the transmission pool NBC will be the only one staying to cover departure.
I think we have like 30 minutes. How long do you think we have?
Yeah, we'll give you 30 minutes to pack up. If you need a file here.
No, sí se puede grabar, pero...
NBC will be the only one covering.
No, pero ya después de que él se vaya, nada más ellos se pueden quedar aquí.
A lo de...
Yo creo, sí, pero nosotros tenemos que salir.
Oye, que tengo razón. Que hombre habla mal.
Sí, sí. De hecho, hablamos mucho de eso.
Y digo yo, pero vamos a ver, ¿cómo es posible que producción no le diga nada? Alejandro le hubiera hecho algo.
¿Alejandro salió?
Sí, hombre,
Sí,
tú hablas perfecto a la otra chica y a la chiquilla le he visto el cambio. Yo doy cursos de imagen, de cómo presentar. Y yo me da algo, me pasa algo.
Siempre
igual.
Me va a dar algo, me va a dar
Sí, me va a dar un infarto al miocardio, tío.
Siempre
Que sí.
decimos que le ha hecho falta trabajo.
Mucho. Y le dije, yo te doy el curso gratis. Te lo juro. Y luego pues, está bien alto, te dije, hostia, es bien alto. Pero no sabían. Pero está criminal, la adicción. Los es un burro inteligente. No no se lo dije así tal cual,
Wanna give them
pero
my
la
check?
verdad es que se lo dije a William y a William le dije, oye, ¿qué onda con ese chavo?
Ah, sí le dijo, sí le
Sí,
dijo.
claro,
Yeah,
porque
y'all
nadie
go-
le dice nada. Dice que
go get to have a day.
Sí, algún entendedor, pocas palabras. Pero yo sí se lo dije a él.
Okay.
Le dije, tu dicción es pésima. Tienes una presencia espectacular, tienes tal, pero a la
No,
hora
you'll
de
still
leer
be
te
taking
falta.
information.
Get your mic
Hace
check
como
from
se
Moreno
ponte el
and
lápiz en
Like they're gonna drop this
Digo,
receipt and
algo.
we're
Yes, sir.
¿A quién se le puede decir que le digo?
Yes, sir.
Audio testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All eyes are on the skies over El Paso as we await the arrival of President Joe Biden.
Mal. Igual la chica el tiempo de arreglada, puso los vestidos sin se ve.
La de cabello.
Sí, crespo, sí, sí, criminal, mira. O sea, arréglate un poquito, vístete ad hoc con eso. No sé, es la imagen del canal al final, no eres tú, es tu canal y es tu equipo de trabajo. Yo lo veo así. Yo estuve en Televisa, fui corresponsal de CNN, créeme. Yo bien, pues me entrené, me preparé para eso. ¿Qué me da? ¿Qué me da? No voy a ir allá a un lugarcito que nada más quiero agarrar el... A ver qué, no tengo injerencia que yo, que puede, o sea, el tema fronterizo lo puedo comparar con lo que está
Got you.
pasando en Marruecos.
I got you, I got
¿Sabes
you.
lo que te digo?
I got you, I got you.
Y tal, pero la problemática, no. Oye, bueno, te voy a dar mi teléfono. Si quieres, yo voy a Madrid ahora. Voy a hacer la Conferencia Nacional de Turismo. El paso, Verónica, tampoco parece que se iba a Afganistán o algo en el de Texas, en el este de Texas. Yo te paso notas si quieres y tú y se amplían. Yo te puedo hacer, no sé si quieres. Vale, déjame todo el tipo de... ¿Es iPhone? Sí. Ah, vale.
That's a great song. Bro,
Great. Are you guys on MP? Yeah. Are you guys on MPL 1?
I heard you sing it.
MS, or do you need me to be?
He had it before.
yeah, look up for that song right after that.
No, what's the name of the song?
Show and tell.
What's the name of the song?
Yeah, exactly. So you guys are good doing that. Yeah, that's my question. Are you good just handling that? Okay, great. Thank you. Just look out for my notes. I'll keep sending out like time by time.
Start for life.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Start at least for my next live show.
Well, I blame Mike Guerrero for this. The oldies on Sundays.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so do you work with Paul Citala?
No, he's the NBC. I'm ABC.
I'm David Moreno.
Fred Lugo.
5 minutes, wheel down.
Paul.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, here we go.
5 minutes.
Hey, tell everybody 5 minutes, here we go. 5 minutes.
Ya nos estamos conectando la
Remember, they're starting on the empty tarmac. ¿Viste?
Hey, is there a producer in there? So you are live. Is there a producer in there? Hey, huh? I need to talk to a producer. That's it. All right, man. Hey, do you guys want Saul on air or just his voice, and we just show the puro tarmac?
Great, thank you.
Can you all hear me?
Bye.
I said, do you guys want Saul on air, or can we just use his voice and the picture is just the tarmac? But look, this is how he's gonna look. Do you see that? Did you guys see that?
What did they say?
I'm getting no feedback from nobody because everybody's having their own personal conversation.
So let's plan on this. Let's plan on this. Give them the live shot of the empty tarmac at the top of the show. Then when they start the whole greet stuff, turn around and face me, right? I'm not gonna miss the landing. Nah, nunca. No, ese cuando tiene que recortar por la manga. Lo que salga. Sí. Lo que le llamamos Manga Productions.
There we go.
Hey guys, he's arrived. He's here. Well, I can tell you, Eric and Stephanie, that it is a stone's throw from where we're standing. It is I'm giving this video of right now the conversation with President Joe Biden and Governor Greg Abbott, and then standing directly next to him is Pastor County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, now Mayor Oscar Lucia talking to Ricardo Samaniego, and then we also have Bishop Mark Seitz, who's standing, there he is, greeting right now Ricardo Samaniego. And yes, we also heard that there were other migrant advocate groups, leaders of other migrant advocate groups who also wanted to meet with the president. So a very interesting moment right now, most especially after everything that's happening in El Paso, with unprecedented numbers of migrants coming to El Paso. The largest number of encounters along Texas city borders, we should point out. So very interesting. We know that the President Biden spoke earlier, as before he departed, about the reasons that he wanted to come down. He wanted to see exactly what sort of support CBP and Border Patrol agents need as these numbers of migrants coming to our area, to the borderland in general, are increasing. We can only, obviously, I can't read lips, but he is having a conversation with all three local leaders, County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, Mayor Leisure, and Bishop Mark Seitz. He is getting ready to move over to talk to Mark Seitz. And interesting information, you're absolutely right. He is here earlier than we expected him to arrive, but we do know that he left Delaware. There he is talking to Bishop Mark Seitz right now. But we do know that he left Delaware earlier than expected. He was expected to make an unannounced stop elsewhere. We were not given the information as to where it is that he stopped, so we were all wondering whether or not he would arrive at 12:45, because the scheduled arrival, as you just said, was at 12:45. You can see that he has arrived much earlier than anticipated. Having a conversation right now with both Bishop Mark Seitz and Oscar Leisure. And as you said, we don't know precisely where he will be headed to or whether there will be press availability. We were hoping there would be press availability here. We'll do everything in our power to try to get some sort of comment from either the President, Governor Greg Abbott, Ricardo Samaniego, County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, and the Mayor. So this is what we're witnessing right now. We do know that the press corps, the White House press corps, is also standing to the side. There's a hug there from Veronica Escobar, hugging both County Judge Ricardo Samaniego and Oscar Leisure. And now Mark Seitz is actually getting into the presidential vehicle right now, commonly known as the Beast. We can only imagine that he will be riding with the president to wherever destination they'll be getting to after this. We do know that also Health and Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas was also scheduled to arrive with the president. And so that's what we're witnessing right now. We're waiting to see what comes of this presidential visit, if any changes will be made along the border. Back to you, Eric and Stephanie. Governor Abbott! Governor Abbott! Okay, tell him I'm calling Governor Abbott over. Governor Abbott, yes, Governor Abbott is headed our way, and we'd like to ask him a few questions. What the substance of that interview was.
I gave the president a letter from me to him outlining the chaos that his refusal to enforce the border laws has caused in the state of Texas. I told him how
thousands of Texans have lost their lives. Tens of thousands of Texans have had their lives destroyed by his open border policies. But most importantly, I provided to him something that he asked for. The president asked for solutions from Republicans. In the letter that I gave him, I provided 5 solutions that already exist under current United States law. All we ask the president to do is to enforce these 5 standards under American law already. If he does that, he will make enormous strides in securing our border and eliminating the illegal immigration so they can get back to the pathway of dealing with legal immigration in the United States.
What did the president have to say?
Listen, the president who caused the chaos of the border needed to be here. It just so happens he's 2 years at about $20 billion too late. He needs to step up and take swift action, including reimbursing the state of Texas for the money that we spent, but providing more resources for the federal government to do its job. Also, this is nothing but for show unless he begins to enforce the immigration laws already that exist in the United States of America that are contained in the letter that are provided to the president today.
How did the president respond to you?
He said he wanted to work with us on it. He was cordial.
Do you expect to meet with him personally after this?
We'll see what happens. Here's the deal. He's never called me to talk to me about the immigration issue. Now I've provided him a letter that provides tangible, concrete solutions that will stop illegal immigration. And I expect him to call to me, and that's what Secretary Mayorkas also said.
The president also announced earlier in the week some changes to immigration policy. Are you satisfied with those changes?
Those changes will probably do nothing more than entice more illegal immigration. You have to implement the policies in my letter to stop illegal immigration and to begin on the process that what he wants to work on. But that first starts with detaining those who are here illegally, as opposed to letting them go on an amnesty program. It means deporting those who cross the border illegally between the points of entry. It means doing what the federal courts have ordered him to do, which is to implement the Remain in Mexico policy as well as the Title 42 policy, and going back and continuing to build the border wall in the state of Texas using the taxpayer money already dedicated to building that border wall.
Will you encourage him to keep Title 42 in place?
Not only do I encourage it, we were part of the lawsuit forcing the federal governments to require him to do it. It's more than encouragement. He is required as president by the laws to maintain Title 42 in place and enforce it.
Will you ask for more money to be sent to Texas to handle this unprecedented
100%. Texas desperately needs more money. I know the Republicans in the U.S. House have committed to providing Texas the money that we need. We just finished over the past 2 years spending $4 billion of Texas taxpayer dollars for Texas to fill the gap caused by the Biden administration. We're starting a session this next week that we will add another $4 billion to secure the border.
Will you continue busing migrants to other cities?
We are not just Texas, but the city of El Paso, the governor of Colorado, governors of other states, and leaders of other communities. We are removing migrants from our communities because we don't have the capability of handling them. Self-declared sanctuary cities with massive resources like in New York, Chicago, Washington, D.C., they have the capacity to deal with this. Far more than El Paso, but even far more than Del Rio and Eagle Pass and all the other tiny communities along the border that are being overwhelmed by the president's illegal policies that are turning this into an open border situation.
Do you mind if I ask you what's in the letter?
Sure. What's in the letter is I start by telling him that he's 2 years and about $20 billion too late, and then I urge him in the letter to see the real chaos. What everybody here may already know, and that is that there were thousands of migrants sleeping on the streets in El Paso that have been cleaned up in the past few days. And I asked him to go see the areas where we have these mass migration crossings and go visit with the people who own property and live on the border whose lives have been totally disrupted. And they said, you, Mr. President, you have a job to do, and that is to enforce the immigration laws already on the books, and outline 5 ways in that letter of what it can do right now without any new law having to be passed.
What are they?
Number 1 is to detain anybody who comes into this country illegally for the removal process and not engage in this massive amnesty program of letting people go wherever they may go. Number 2 is to restart the deportation process that ICE is already authorized to do to remove from our country anybody who comes here illegally. Number 3 is to stop people from violating U.S. law by crossing across the border between the ports of entry. Then I say he must follow what the federal courts have told him to do, and that is to enforce Title 42 and enforce the Remain in Mexico policy. And then the last one was to use the taxpayer money already appropriated to build the border wall in Texas. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. Well, there you have it. The governor was able to talk to us and have an entire conversation with us, answering several questions, precisely referring to the letter that he wrote to President Biden, pointing out 5 different policy changes that he wants made so that we stop, at least trim down the migration of the number of migrants that are coming across our borders. And he just mentioned just how bad the situation has gotten on the streets of El Paso. He also wants to extend Title 42, doesn't want him to end it. He continues to... We're going to try to find out right now, Eric. Governor, did you have a conversation with Veronica Escobar?
Yes.
What was that discussion all about?
I also handed her a copy of the letter that I provided to the president. And I told Veronica Escobar what I told the president. And that is, there are solutions to fix all this that already exist in federal law. And all you all have to do is to ensure that the president complies with current United States law to secure the border by enforcing the current immigration laws that allow for the detainment and the deportation of people who come into the United States illegally. Thank you all very much.
Well, there you have it. We just answered your question there, Eric. We did ask him. We were able to see logically when he was talking to Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, but we didn't know exactly what that conversation entailed. You just heard from the governor, from Governor Greg Abbott, precisely what that conversation entailed. He was simply handing over that very same letter that I asked him about that he gave to President Biden. We asked for the content of that letter, and apparently it's the very same letter that he shared with Veronica Escobar. Yes, it did seem contentious, but at the same time, he was able to let us know that there was a conversation, not just merely a contentious exchange of words, but rather the information detailed in that one letter where he has 5 points that he wants the president to meet. And he says, according to Governor Greg Abbott, all this can be resolved if they just simply follow precisely what is in that letter. So one thing that we were unable to get is whether or not the governor will be touring with the president himself. That was one of the questions that I left out that I wanted to ask, but of course we will learn that as the day goes by. Back to you, Stephen, Mary.
Situation here started in October of 18 when the head of the border sector chief for CBP calls me and says, we're overwhelmed and we're going to start releasing them in the street. But what people don't understand is CBP is designed for security along the border. It's not designed for immigration processing. And that's the biggest problem we're dealing with. There were court decisions. Initially, the governor was correct in his comments. Initially, immigration, people wanting to immigrate to the United States had to go through a port of entry. And then there were some court decisions after the William Wilberforce Act back in 2009, which was a humanitarian act under the Bush administration during the cartel wars to avoid human trafficking for the Honduras, the Northern Triangle countries, El Salvador, Honduras, and what's the third one? But anyway, it didn't apply to Mexico, and it was designed to allow youth, unaccompanied minors, to have expedited safety through, so they couldn't be used as drug mules or in human trafficking. But then there were court decisions that said that law initially said you must enter at a port of entry.
Right.
And then court decisions said, oh no, you can enter anywhere you want. So you've got this legal turmoil that still goes back to do it correctly. It needs to be revamped. We don't have enough staff for ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is where the immigration status comes from in the hearings. We don't have enough immigration judges, which I wish Congresswoman Escobar would talk about, with her husband being an immigration judge. Those just need to be appointed by the Department of Justice. They're not Senate approved. They're the ones that can take care of the backlog and also deal with the ones that are coming in right now on an expedited basis to determine, is this true asylum seeking or is this economic issues? And I'm all for the revamping of the H-1, H-2 visas for economic reasons, et cetera, et cetera. When I was involved in the U.S. Conference of Mayors, I co-chaired their immigration task force. So there are a number of things we can do, but the system as a whole is broken and we don't have the staff to deal with it, so we constantly deal with this overflow that's been in our streets in El Paso.
So when I spoke with Alejandro Mayorkas the other day, he was talking about the new border enforcement policies that were put into place. They were saying how, I asked him specifically if this was going to change what El Paso is seeing in terms of people essentially living on the streets of downtown El Paso and around Segundo Barrio, and he said it would change that. We heard the governor say it's only going to make migration problems worse because you're going to have more flow of migrants. Who's right? Are both of them right? What do you anticipate?
Well, my perspective is, especially on we were getting a lot of Cubans, Nicaraguans and Cubans, and what the administration is addressing is primarily that group. But it doesn't change on the others. There should be some message. If the message out there is, the argument that's been out there, Richard can talk about it, but the argument that's been out there for a long time is that we are perceived as an open borders right now, and that we're not enforcing.
Right.
That's the perception.
Right.
So if some of these actions create the perception that we aren't open, which is what the administration has been saying, but evidence points otherwise. Factually. So I think anything we can do to slow that. It was ironic. I didn't understand. I dealt with it when we became considered ground zero. You refer to the epicenter, epicenter. Mm-hmm. We were ground zero in 2019. And then that was from January of 19, actually December of 18 until July. And then all of a sudden it ended. It just ended.
We're going to have to interrupt you real quick because we want to get out to Carrie Mannix. We understand that the motorcade is passing by the Bridge of the Americas where she is set up live. Carrie.
That scene right now, they are driving into the port of entry. The president already did pass, but you can see his motorcade following him. There are several cars, so many cars on this motorcade. There are police blocking the street to my left. And this is all we have right now. This is just the motorcade, but we wanted to bring you this update, and we'll throw it back to you for now, Stephanie.
All right, Carrie, thank you. So this is the first stop for the president at the Bridge of the Americas after that brief moment there on the tarmac where he spoke with the likes of Governor Greg Abbott. He spoke with El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser, El Paso County Judge Ricardo Samaniego. We saw DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas there, deep planning, as well as Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. So the first stop here is at the Bridge of the Americas. I believe, I don't know if production, we can pull up the map that shows at least what we know at this time, the couple of spots that he is expected to go. So this is stop 1. Stop 2 will then be the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center, which is back near the airport. Here's a look at that. That is just off of Montana. That is where we have ABC7's Rosemary Montañez standing by. So we do have complete team coverage of the president's visit, and we'll be able to visit different locations throughout this coverage. But this is stop number 1. Let's talk about stop number 1 first. We touched on it a moment ago, Bridge of the Americas. It is not downtown. It is not where we saw migrants sleeping on the streets at the Greyhound bus station, which obviously has since dissipated just in the last few days. It is not near Sacred Heart Church, which is where we've seen the most migrants camping out of late. So that is really where the focal point of what has been going on, at least from an optics standpoint that we've seen of late, has been happening. This, as you can tell on the map, I mean, downtown El Paso, if you're looking at this, is to the left of that yellow dot of where the Bridge of the Americas is. Everyone familiar with El Paso. This is a little ways away from there. So, Richard, I'll start with you. What do you make of the president visiting here first?
Well, I mean, it's particularly sanitized given the fact that when previous presidents have come, you'll remember that President Obama actually toured the same facility. That visit was largely about trade, and when President George W. Bush came, he actually had a press conference under the Bridge of the Americas, and that really laid out the significance. I think this is, as much as the White House is willing to let the president be as close to the immigrants. And if you've been downtown, you've seen that it is a pretty stark sight. Now, I think to Mayor Margo's point, I think one of the challenges that this administration has is essentially juggling two immigration questions. You've got the existing immigration structure, which, quite frankly, is amnesty by default because ICE and CBP don't have the resources nationally to go after every employer, every company, every community that has folks that are undocumented. And that's been ongoing, as the mayor correctly points out now, for decades. But the second tier of the problem, which is what we're seeing right now, is a confluence of issues. So, in fact, there has been some legal challenge to the issue at hand, but primarily we have asylum laws that are on the books that allow people to seek asylum. And one of the challenges under the Trump administration was essentially to look around those laws. And some of that, I think, was overtly political. Some of that was an attempt to deal with the COVID crisis. But I think now the administration has fumbled this. And I think that it's very hard to imagine that this many years into the president's administration, A, he hasn't been to the border, and B, that they didn't anticipate some of these challenges, especially with Title 42. When you spoke with Secretary Mayorkas, I mean, at the end of the interview, he essentially sort of said, well, the system is broken. And that's not entirely the best message for the head of DHS to be sending, because it means that they don't actually have the ability to deal with, as the mayor points out, some of the small pieces of this. And so I think what you're seeing is probably effective. I think this is probably good for people that are on the ground. So these are the folks that work for CBP and ICE. It's always helpful to get acknowledged, and in that sense, I think this is important. But I don't necessarily know that this is going to change the conversation from the president's perspective.
It certainly underscores the complexity of the border, where you have an economy that depends on a good relationship between the two nations that are on the border, but also the other issues include security and migration and amnesty. All of these issues tie together, and of course it seems that each side will choose one over the other, and that's where the comprehensive immigration reform, comprehensive being the key word, needs to be figured out. And like you said, when Mayorkas said the system is broken, he punted that proverbial football back to Congress.
Speaking of the punting, and we're going to see if we get an eye on the president here in a moment, because his vehicle is just beyond the edge of that building that you just saw driving by there. We believe Bishop Mark Seitz was in there. We saw him get in as well. Didn't see anyone else other than Secret Service get in at the tarmac, so I'm not sure if there's anyone else in there right now, but we'll keep an eye on this, keep this picture up to see if we get a visual of him walking into the building there. But Mayor Margo, I'm curious from your vantage point. I mean, you've been involved in a lot of these conversations behind closed doors. How much do you get a sense that some true reform is actually wanted to be accomplished, because we're constantly in political election cycles, and we see so frequently this used as the political flashpoint, whether it be Republican-led or Democratic-led, because it just depends on who's in power at the given moment. And obviously when President Trump was president, the eyes were here on El Paso with separation of children, the camp in Tornillo. We reported, I remember reporting out live at the Clint Border Patrol facility when conditions were being reported of what was happening. That was part of a congressional delegation that visited. Hondo Pass was one of the locations there where we saw, when you were mayor, the temporary facility that was erected there by Border Patrol just to help process and house migrants through that processing standpoint. I'm just curious, from your vantage point in all the conversations you had, is there truly a way to get something done when we're constantly in this political cycle and it's used so much as a political flashpoint?
Only if it's bipartisan.
And how likely is that?
Well, you
because
know,
they're so polarized.
I
right
agree,
now.
Eric, but the irony of it, and I brought mayors down here to the Tornillo temporary place for unaccompanied minors back before everything was really hitting. It's going to be bipartisan. When I brought the mayors down, I brought mayors from New York, L.A., and cities in between, is to try to explain to them back and during that time frame, the migrants weren't just staying on the border. They were going to their communities in Rhode Island, in Vermont, and elsewhere. They were, Miami, wherever. They were going all over the United States, Chicago, everywhere. And that the issue is not a border issue. It's an issue for the entire United States of America. We need migrants. We're a country of immigrants, but it needs to be a rational process, and they need to quit arguing. The first thing we need to do is border security, and I'm not sure it's not a physical structure the whole way. You talk to experts with CBP and elsewhere. You can do some physical structures. They like that to a certain extent because it forces the flow to certain areas. But as you look along the Texas border, which is the largest area, most of the land is owned privately.
Right.
And geographically, you can't do it. So it's going to take technology and it's going to take manpower. And my position was, you tell Homeland Security, define for us what is a secure border as a sovereign nation for the United States, and then fund them. Let them decide it. Not a Politico, not a president says build a wall. I mean, it has to be the Homeland Security fulfilling their duties and obligations to protect us as a sovereign nation.
Well, that was one of the 5 points in Governor Abbott's letter. Number 5 was use taxpayer money to build the border wall and finish building
but
the
not.
border wall.
But it's only part and parcel. That's only a piece of a full thing.
It sounds like what you were saying earlier, it really is dependent on having staffing when it comes to being able to construct a flow of people. If you're talking about trying to process migration papers, whether they be some sort of visa or asylum, this is about being able to process that paperwork.
ICE is supposed to do the screening. They're supposed to determine, are they here for true asylum or is this an economic issue, in which case they may not qualify. Then you need the immigration judges to make the final call. We're short, somebody said, 12,000 immigration judges. I don't know if it's probably at least 1,000 short to be able, they could also deal with the 10 to 12 million we already have here in the United States that have been here for 10, 15, 20 years to determine their process. But ultimately, my position that I put out says, let's take away that other political football as to how they're going to vote, Democrat or Republican, and only allow them to have a green card status once approved. Then they work, they pay taxes, and I don't believe most of them are here to vote in the United States anyway. They're here to take care of their families, for economic opportunity. All the interviews you all have done and others, networks have done, say I'm here because I can't survive where I am in Honduras or elsewhere or whatever.
Looking for a better life.
I want a better life, which is, as far as I know, we're the only nation people are scrambling to get into, except for some of the European countries. So put it to bed politically, do the security, tell them that they're going to get the opportunity for a green card, but they're not going to be able to be a citizen and vote. That takes away that whole argument that becomes so political.
We want to get to Rosemary Montañez. She is at the next stop, the County Processing Center. And Rosemary, you're out there. Tell us, as we are preparing for the president who is currently touring the Bridge of the Americas, what do you see out there?
Well, Stephanie, Eric, let me tell you, there is a lot of movement happening at the County Processing Center. It's only about 5 minutes away from the El Paso International Airport. I want to give you a look at what we're seeing. There is a large law enforcement presence here. This is the intersection of Boeing and Lockheed Drive, where this center is located. There is units from the El Paso Police Department, from the sheriffs. We've also seen a lot of unmarked units, just driving by this area. And really this entire intersection, this side and the other side where Montana is located, has been closed off. Now, this center, we are expecting President Biden to at some moment come here. We can actually see there was a white tent that was set up right in front of that migrant processing center. But why would President Biden be coming here? Well, back in September, if you all remember, the county actually opened this center to be able to process migrants a whole lot quicker here. This is when we were seeing thousands of migrants coming in, Venezuelans as well. Up to 600 migrants were being processed here at the moment. And to give you a little bit of understanding of what we're seeing today, about an hour ago, we saw a dozen migrants, walking out of this center. So obviously there is a lot of activity still happening, but President Biden is expected to be looking at this center. This is a temporary center. Migrants don't come here. They don't stay overnight, but rather, they try to get to their final destinations. They're helped out with their buses. They're helped out with their flights. If they need a hotel, they're helped out with those accommodations. But once again, we're expecting President Biden to visit this location. What time? We don't know exactly at what time. But once again, I can tell you there is a lot of movement here. We are expecting him to come here. Of course, there's a large police presence at this moment. But for now, I'll toss it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Rosemary, thank you. We also have ABC7's Dylan McKim, who is in northeast El Paso at Hondo Pass at the Border Patrol station there. I mentioned that a moment ago. That is not at this time on the president's itinerary. It's just the 2 stops we've showed you, and then ultimately back to the airport. Of course, his initial itinerary also did say open press upon landing. We did not hear from the president upon landing. We did hear from Governor Greg Abbott. But I do know, and I've seen Dylan tweeting out from his location there at Hondo Pass, that's where a lot of protesters of President Biden's visit have showed up. So let's check in with ABC7's Dylan McKim, live in northeast El Paso, outside the Border Patrol station there at Hondo Pass. Dylan, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, Eric, you're exactly right. This location is not on the president's itinerary, but it is a popular stop for a lot of federal officials who do come to visit El Paso. We saw Vice President Kamala Harris come here. We saw DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. He spoke to Border Patrol agents behind these fences. And you see these flags behind me. These are the protesters here. I want to actually turn our camera over to the right. Down lining here at Hondo Pass, there's about between 40 and 50 protesters here that are protesting President Biden's visit, President Biden's border policies. I've spoken with them. A lot of them say they're upset with what they call as open border policies. They're afraid of the drugs that come in here. They're afraid they don't know of who's coming into the country as we see this migrant crisis happening in downtown El Paso at our border. Irene Armendariz-Jackson actually is the one who organized this protest. If you remember, she ran for U.S. Congress as a Republican and lost her election against Veronica Escobar. She's responsible for this protest today. You can see a lot of American flags out here. Don't tread on me flag here. We have a flag waving in front of our camera right there. We see impeach signs. We also have a lot of MAGA hats and a lot of Let's Go Brandon signs out here. But in that group right now is Bill Jackson. He is the husband of Irene Armendariz-Jackson. He worked for Border Patrol for 24 years. He actually retired or left the agency in December of 2021, so about a year ago. He worked just under a year for the Biden administration. I spoke to him today about the differences between working as a Border Patrol agent underneath the Trump administration and now the Biden administration, and what his take is on the crisis we're seeing today. Go ahead and listen to what he had to say.
Unfortunately, there seems to be a lot of chaos at the border because there's no deterrent anymore. Agents are called out of the field into processing positions, allowing our borders to be unprotected. Thank God we have a good governor that's allowed their DPS and state police to get out there and give us a hand. But the thing is, we're still getting a lot of illegal entries, getaways, they call them, and then also a lot of drugs pouring across our border.
So as you said, Eric, President Biden's itinerary, it does not say he's coming here to the Central Processing Center for Border Patrol up here on the northeast on Hondo Pass. You can hear those cars honking past me. We've been hearing cars honking all day since we've been out here, since the protesters had set up. Some honks are will actually make a stop here. And actually, Armendariz Jackson, she actually told her supporters out here that if he does not come to this processing center, they're ready to move to go where he is going to be. They talked about going down to Sacred Heart. They talked about going to the county processing center where we see Rosemary's at. Of course, we are going to be staying out here. We're going to be moving around all day to show you what's happening as the president makes this historic visit to the southwest border. But I'm going to send things back to you, reporting live out here in Northeast. Dylan McKim, ABC 7.
All right, let's take a live look at President Biden right now and their Secretary, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. They're meeting with CBP agents as well as Border Patrol, looks like in this picture right now, or CBP actually, that is also a black uniform there. So all CBP agents at the Bridge of the Americas, just outside of the area there. So this is a live look right now. You are looking live at President Joe Biden on the ground in El Paso, meeting with CBP agents, shaking hands with the agents right now, having conversations about the immigration crisis, what has been going on, particularly here in El Paso. What we've seen here is El Paso has become the focal point of this crisis over the last several months, amidst all the talk about Title 42 potentially being lifted at some point, going all the way up to the Supreme Court just a few weeks ago, still being allowed to be in place. There was a line in there in that ruling, though, that allows the president to lift it still if he wants to, while if other things play out in the courts. However, at this time, that has not happened. And of course, Joe Biden there, the president, along with the DHS secretary in the white shirt with his back to our camera right now, is Alejandro Mayorkas, who Stephanie Valle just interviewed exclusively the other day ahead of this planned visit from the president, of course, donning the aviators that he is so well known to be wearing as well, and sharing a little bit of a smile in a moment there with some of the CBP agents. But this is something that, you know, I think a lot of Republicans probably looking at this, what we heard from Senator John Cornyn and others, and even Governor Greg Abbott mentioning it on the tarmac a moment ago, that this cannot merely be a photo op and just a stop by. There has to be real progress that comes from this. But of course, that's something that we hear time and time again, regardless of who's in power, is not making these trips into photo ops, but actually turning into some type of action. Stephanie, we are seeing the president live on the ground right here. He is making his way a little bit closer to a camera location. Again, on the itinerary that they gave us, there was supposed to be an open press opportunity. We expected somewhere on the tarmac or right after he got off the plane.
Right.
Let's listen in here and see if we can hear anything.
Especially right now with all the challenges that we're experiencing, this is a very safe way for officers to look at least up to 6 inches of penetration. I don't look, there's a it's mobile, so they can take it anywhere they need to, or they can scan the outside of the car what they're looking for, like I said.
It appears as though the CBP officers are explaining to President how they screen vehicles for any type of illegal objects or substances. You could see one of the officers running some type of gear around the tire wheel there, or the tire well of that vehicle. Again, this is the stop that the president has made in El Paso, other than obviously touching down at the El Paso International Airport. As you can see a map here, he was at the airport. He is now at the Bridge of the Americas. After that, he is set to go to the El Paso County Migrant Services Center that is near the airport. All of these locations are on the itinerary that we received from the White House. Didn't look like he was going to be headed to downtown El Paso, which is where we had seen many of the migrants who had been living on the streets of Segundo Barrio. But as you can expect, a lot of traffic in the areas where the president is right now. is blocked off at this point. We are getting word from the White House about what was discussed on Air Force One in the moments before they touched down in El Paso. We heard from Alejandro Mayorkas. He addressed that he was going to be talking about the asylum programs. The White House had just put into place earlier or late last week, saying that they have seen 100 Border Patrol agents surged in El Paso. They're on Tuesday going to be opening up a new soft-sided facility that is going to be able to process up to 1,000 migrants. They've also surged up emergency food and shelter, programming funding, and giving an extension on the expenditure of the funding already provided. Also talking about asylum programs. Again, all of this happening on Air Force One as they were making their way to El Paso. They're trying to broadly incentivize safe and orderly ways to cut out smuggling operations. So what they're trying to do is have to incentivize people to go to the ports of entry instead of going between the ports of entry. So again, just some of the points that we are hearing discussed on the Air Force One as President Joe Biden arrived in El Paso for his first visit to the border in his nearly 2 years in office.
And Stephanie, this is something I want to clarify too. This is the White House press pool camera that we're seeing now. So that's why you see some of the movement, some of the zooming in and out. They are mobile and moving along the designated spots that they are allowed to as well. And a moment ago there, while you were talking, Stephanie, they zoomed out wide a little bit, gave us a little bit better perspective as to what the setup is like right now. Instead of doing this inside, they had a table in the foreground set up with a few, looks like, demonstrations set up for the president as well as the vehicle you were touching on a moment ago. Now they're looking in a different direction, but when that camera zoomed out, it gave us a little bit more of kind of like a show and tell setup, and they make it out in the open for us to see here, or at least the press pool to see, and then allow us to show that to you. What do you make of kind of a show and tell? Again, we're not seeing him talk directly to migrants. We didn't expect that. He's not in downtown in a less secure area. He's in a very secure space with a very coordinated setup presentation.
I mean, it's going to be hard not to be critical of this first part of the visit, Eric, especially given the fact that what he is looking at is sort of the tools of the trade. I think that bodes well for those CBP officers. I think it certainly is a vote of confidence, but I think to address the issue that's at hand and the reason that he's here, it seems a little bit short-sighted. I mean, you're seeing them in front of the big X-ray truck that's used to look at semis, and it looks like the congressional delegation was off to the right. You could see some of the members that came along on the plane. I mean, I think that this is helpful to have the president be here. Certainly great for these officers to meet the commander-in-chief, but it doesn't get to the heart of the issue. And quite frankly, the processing that happens at the Bridge of the Americas is commercial traffic. There are not facilities there to process individuals, and so maybe the tone of this will change when he goes to the county facility. But so far, I mean, this is very much a dog and pony show.
Yeah, maybe that's one half of it, because obviously part of this is drug smuggling, stopping that, and of course at the ports they're very successful in defending the border and protecting the border, and this is the technology that is used to do that. But the problem at the heart of the heart of the issue that we're talking about, you touched on right now, is migration and the flow of human beings, in addition to drug trafficking, but particularly migration, and that is not something that's being much addressed, at least in terms of what we can see right here. But to your point, maybe that's stopped too.
Well, he's visiting with the Blue Suiters. Director of Field Operations, Hector Mancha, and his staff, who wear the blue uniforms. CBP on the border for protection are the green suiters.
That's Border Patrol, yeah.
That is, he's there to see where we first come through, and those are the port of entries, though, where you would want the migrants to go through first and then be screened by ICE if they have the staffing, which historically they have not had. But Hector,
and that's what Governor Abbott wanted by creating the razor wire. Their justification for that along the Rio was to channel it to the ports so that they could be going through the ports as opposed to in between.
Exactly, but they're still short. Even before the migrant crisis, how many times did you come over from Juarez over the bridge and find 4 of our lanes are closed?
Right.
We haven't had full staffing since 1996, when approximately 165 of the bridge staff was moved to San Isidro, and then all they did was reduce the manning tables down and say this is normal. They need at minimum 165 more just on our one bridge alone. And it's just again, you go back to the basic funding and staffing. And until Congress gets their act together to decide, was it more important to send $85 billion to the IRS or $65 billion to CBP, it's a debate, but it's a political debate driven by those we elect. So it's up to us.
Well, according to the White House readout on Air Force One, Mayorkas mentioned that the president will see, he says, I will tell you one thing I think he's going to see is the incredible work of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, of the border federal agents, the field office personnel, as well as to support others. So again, this is, like we were talking about, this is him coming out and speaking to the people who are at the ports, dealing day to day with what we're seeing in terms of commercial traffic. But again, and like you said, it's great for the employees, the agents, and the officers who are working at the ports of entry, who are dealing with low staffing and trying to process commercial vehicles and stop drugs from coming into the United States. But like I mentioned earlier, this is a multi-pronged issue that we see here at the border, which is migration and also security.
And that makes it, they still have needs, and they still have a message that they
Right.
want to get to the president, whether you're the dark uniform or the green uniform. There are needs across the board, to what you were touching
Across the
on,
board.
Mayor Margo.
Mhm.
I do want to point out, too, obviously, the president is looking inside one of these vehicles right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him get in it at some point, maybe, get behind the wheel. He's done that in the past. But also, I want to point out, when this camera was zoomed out a little bit more, we did once again get our second visual. Since everyone got off the plane off of Air Force One at the airport, we saw Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, along with El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser, as well as County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, as part of this visit, shaking hands there with Alejandro Mayorkas, just in the foreground of that shot a moment ago as well. So that delegation, that contingent is part of this. Of course, the governor, Greg Abbott, is not, and he got a lot of time there to speak to all of the press pool on the tarmac outside of Air Force One.
Eric, one of the things that's challenging about, and I think this is what the mayor's been speaking to, comprehensive immigration reform, first off now, really depends on who defines it. So it's thrown around a lot, but the problem is individual politicians and parties have their own take on that. But the truth of the matter is, and to a certain extent, I think this is what you're seeing sort of visualized here, one of the challenges is we have to both maintain the security and integrity of the border, as the mayor points out, and we've got to make sure that our migration policy is up to speed. I think President George W. Bush came closest in 2001 by pushing for a guest worker program that allowed for migrants to cross a little bit more freely. But then the problem is September 11th happened, and from that point forward, truly one of the challenges is you cannot talk about locking down the front door of the house, but leaving windows open for other pieces, right? Those two things linguistically mean that you're always going to have a challenge with immigration policy. And I think to a certain extent you're seeing some of this now. These are important pieces, to be absolutely sure, but it's hard to manage that while also talking about the way that you're going to manage the asylum policies that the country has.
And also because, like many people say, this is up to Congress to come up with these policies that are enacted and put into law. The executive branch can only do so much when it comes to enforcing policies, and those policies can be undone by the following administration, because we've seen that happen years over in the past. So we see that he does have members of Congress here, but they are all from one party. We just saw on Friday that the Republican side of the House had a struggle in electing their House Speaker. So how do we get to a point where we're able to come to an agreement when one side can't even agree on their Speaker?
I think that's, again, sort of the heart of the challenge, that as the mayor pointed out, this has become politically charged. I think that there are two pressing issues, and one where I think people that have served along the border, I think, really can fit into this conversation as the economic interest in the country. Because one of the things that's also not discussed, Stephanie, is that you still have a lot of corporate interests that are pulling. That serves as the pull for migration, if they know that there's work in poultry processing or in agricultural institutions. And so have some of those business people be at the table table for these conversations because truly they're the engine that drives some of the economic imperatives. On the political side, I think the mayor's right. I think some of these questions of asylum seeking, I mean, this was supposed to be in the vice president's wheelhouse. It doesn't look like any movement has happened since the term started. But we clearly have a political issue in Latin America with the Northern Triangle countries where there's a lot of political issues that have to be handled by the State Department. So I think this is one of those things that it's easy to say we want to do X policy, but they always have implications to everything else that we do. And again, I think as long as, there is a certain argument, and I'm more inclined to believe this, that this is beneficial to have gridlock for both parties at this point on immigration. They benefit from being able to say, Republicans being able to say the Democrats want an open border and it's a dangerous invasion force, the Democrats being able to say the Republicans are racist and they don't want these people here. And it's convenient for both parties to continue down that line because it means that they speak to their base. And you're seeing that. I mean, the protests on the Northeast act as if there was nothing that happened over the last 4.5 years, or the 4 years that the Trump administration was in office. And so, I mean, it's easy to look past some of that.
But you know who that doesn't benefit? El Paso, our community.
But let's go beyond that. But I would love to see the president appoint a bipartisan group in the Senate and a bipartisan group in Congress, in the House, and say, come up with immigration reform, whether it be omnibus or piecemeal. My own limited position in the state legislature said to me, a step-by-step does better than omnibus bills. Okay? So start with whatever it needs to be, but have him work in a bipartisan way and let him appoint it and be the leader he should be for this. And I've not seen it anywhere. I mean, I just keep hearing nobody wants to work with the other side.
Is that something that the House would have, or you're saying the Senate, but is that something that individually within, the House or the Senate leadership, they could do that?
Well, he could definitely say to the Senate, since the majority party is in a form a group, but I want it bipartisan, and he can also request that of the House. And it would be hard for people, in my opinion, to shirk that responsibility, given the fact that this is fine. I think we're reaching the point, and I hope we are, where immigration is such a problem, and the fentanyl and the drugs and the fact that we don't have the personnel to be able to stop some of that is reaching a nadir where we got to do something.
Well,
we got no choice.
That's what I was going to ask, because the president is known for most of his career as being the guy who could reach across the aisle in his time in the Senate. And say what you want about what happened over the last couple of years, but just a couple of days ago, while the House was fighting it out for a House Speaker, and we saw the drama of that play out over the course of several days, in the backdrop of that got a lot less attention, we saw President Biden in Covington, Kentucky, on the other side of the river of Ohio, with Sherrod Brown, a Democratic senator, Mitch McConnell, a Republican senator, of course, the leader of that party. We saw Mike DeWine, a Republican governor of Ohio. We saw a bipartisan group in front of a bridge that desperately needed repair as part of the infrastructure plan that's been put in place. His visit here now, seeing that, and to your point of maybe this is the ultimate moment where, and again, we've already touched on the fact that he's not seeing the problem per se firsthand when it comes to migrants on the streets, at least not yet in this visit. He's been on the ground now for a little more than an hour. But do you think that this is the visit that maybe could finally swing it into that direction?
I don't know.
Bipartisan group.
Richard Bitter talking about stuff like this. I don't know that it's one event, but it's
But he hasn't
it's a
visited
culmination. It's. I was interviewed by a New York Post reporter a week ago, and her comment was, she's getting all this man in the street in El Paso feedback that the president needs to be here. And what did I think? I said, absolutely. I don't think, it's not a day late and a dollar short per se, but it should have occurred a long time.
2 years and $20 billion too late, according to Governor Greg Abbott.
But it is absolutely imperative that he sees it firsthand. I do believe that Hector Mancha, Border Secretary, the bridge is a very candid individual, and I have immense respect for him. He was there when I was mayor, and we spent a lot of time dealing with a lot of issues, and I think he'll be very forthright and direct with the president, and I hope so. because it's got to come to him. They're trying to stop the drugs and the illegal things coming across, but they also are supposed to work with ICE to get the processing done, and yet CBP and the green suits are dealing with it all along the border.
Well, we just lost our feed there at the Bridge of the Americas, but President Biden is there talking with CBP officers about the process of screening commercial vehicles as they come into the country. And also he's expected to go to the Migrant Processing Center, which is by the airport. And we were talking about whether he will see the issue of migration. I can tell you, I live over in that area, and if I'm driving along Montana, I will see groups of migrants walking because it's as they're getting to the airport or they're trying to get a bus ride. So it's obviously not going to be at the scale that he would have seen downtown, but I wonder if someone, or if he will notice it or someone will point it out to him that this is the way that people are getting to the airport because it's right by the Migrant Services Center.
I think there's no question, Stephanie, that he's getting the brief on the ground. I mean, I think that's been consistent. It's not as if the president operates in a vacuum. But I think to touch on Mayor Margo's point, I think he's spot on. I mean, at the end of the Obama administration, the Gang of Eight was exactly that. It was bipartisan senators who had a sense that this was something that had to be accomplished, that there was movement towards that. I mean, I think that there's an issue that is problematic in terms of, again, defining that action. But I mean, to the mayor's point, I mean, the fact that there's not a Republican that's with the contention right now. I mean, you have a Republican congressperson who represents some part of El Paso. He's not there. He wasn't on the plane. The governor wasn't allowed.
Do you think it was a misstep not allowing the governor?
Absolutely, because I think the mayor's spot on. Like, you cannot have this conversation at this day and age on the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas and not involve Republicans. And it doesn't mean that it's, it's another 20 people on these trips, but to have one other voice that can see this, that can speak to that. I think this is one of the problems with what ultimately, at least for this first part, looks very manufactured, right? This is a great photo op, but it doesn't get to the heart of the policy
We
question.
need magnanimous adults.
People who are willing to work, like you were saying, that it benefits both parties in order to just stick to the talking points, but doesn't benefit El Paso.
Well, we do know of senators who are visiting tomorrow.
Right.
So right after this presidential visit, not part of it, but it is bipartisan. I'm just going to rattle off the names. You got John Cornyn, Republican from Texas, right. Kyrsten Sinema, who just switched from Democrat to Independent, Arizona. James Lankford, Republican, Oklahoma. Mark Kelly, Democrat, Arizona. Tom Tillis, Republican, North Carolina. Chris Murphy, Democrat, Connecticut. Jerry Moran, Republican, Kansas. And Chris Coons, Democrat, Connecticut. So there's your bipartisan group, at least
Senator Cornyn has always been bipartisan. He and Cuellar have done a number of things. Cuellar's a Democratic congressman from the Laredo area. And this is what it's going to take. It's going to take that kind of adult leadership in a non-political setting, if you can ever get there, to drive something that says we got to do something. I mean, they finally did something related to, Cornyn signed on related to guns and violence and that thing. But it's time to do something on this.
And speaking of, they are moving. We can see the motorcade leaving the port of entry, the Bridge of the Americas. Again, this is the one by the El Paso Zoo, by the Chamizal, which has historically been the port of entry where the presidents visit, because this is the commercial port of entry, as well as an area where you can get a great view of Juarez. You can see Mexico, and again, historically, this is where presidents have gone to sign treaties at the Chamizal in that area. So again, he's heading out, and we're expecting him to make his way to the Migrant Processing Center, which is on Montana, close to the airport. He's expected to be here for at least 2 more hours. He did land earlier than expected here in El Paso, and he is going to be making his way to Mexico City. So he'll be here for another 2 hours. It's probably another 15-minute drive until he gets to the Migrant Processing Center and spends time there as well. And we do have a crew at that location as well. We saw earlier that there's a lot of security measures in place in that area. And it's only, we can only wonder at this point what he'll see inside that Migrant Processing Center.
Our photographer, photojournalist on the ground, Tom Scott, is telling us that it looks like maybe they just repositioned there, so maybe he's not leaving yet. They may just be going to a different location. Another name we hadn't mentioned yet, but El Paso Port Director Ray Provencio was someone we saw a couple of times throughout the last few shots we were seeing when they were looking at some of the stuff laid out on the table, the demonstrations and whatnot. So that is very much in terms of getting the ears, listening to what is happening at the ports. That is the port director here in El Paso, getting a sense of what's happening through the ports. Of course, an also equally, if not larger issue, is what's happening between the ports. We expect that conversation potentially to shift more in that direction once he visits the County Processing Center on Montana. So that will be happening shortly. So it looks like, based on our eyes on the ground right now, that maybe he's not quite leaving the Bridge of the Americas port of entry just yet, maybe going to a different location there. So that is something that we'll keep our eye on, whether or not he's leaving, because as Stephanie, you mentioned, he still does, at least according to the schedule, have a little more than 2 hours left on this visit, and only one more stop other than going back to the airport. So
we'll say that they did say there was a stop that was not broadcast to us. So there will be some other location where he's going. It has not been disclosed to us here by the White House. So definitely time to do that. It doesn't take that long to get to the Migrant Processing Center and then the airport.
But again, this group then comes tomorrow, and you've got, and that's kind of what we were talking about a moment ago. I'm wondering, you piece all this together. You've got what has been seen widely on network news, local news, everybody on the ground in terms of these flows. And that's another thing, too. This comes in waves. We see these stories kind of go like this, sometimes. And right now we're maybe a little bit more in a little bit of a lull compared to where we were just a few weeks ago, especially with what we were seeing on the streets of downtown El Paso. So I think one of the other challenges that we expect they need to address is being ready at any moment's notice, because these ebbs and flows come seasonally and throughout the year.
Plus the fact that I don't know that people fully understand that CBP, I understand, has done some sweeps recently. There were a number of migrants on our streets who had not been processed.
Right.
Okay, they just kind of came in, and they were not able to go to some of the shelters. This is where I went back to the even some of the NGO areas. So this is where I was saying some weeks ago why I encouraged our mayor to declare the emergency, to be able to process these people so they could have, it was humanitarian. It wasn't just immigration, it was humanitarian. And I think, again, why Bishop Seitz is with him. But the point is that they now accelerated that processing apparently to those migrants on the streets who hadn't been fully processed. And maybe that they've been cleaning them or clearing them so that they can then have the opportunity to have a shelter, to be sheltered until they get wherever their final destination is.
But part of what we heard was the hesitation in declaring that state of emergency initially was giving some of that power to the state and Governor Greg Abbott to send his resources in. They wanted personnel. They end up sending in Texas National Guard. They say there's a training exercise for 3 hours with the razor wire and what's put up on the banks of the Rio Grande. And all of a sudden you also have some of these jurisdictional issues at play in terms of who's got federal jurisdiction versus state, where you've got troopers on the ground. There's this power struggle playing out in real time that, at least from what we see, in terms of the resources that they wanted were more of the humanitarian resources, and instead what they get is something more on the front lines.
Well, I don't know how much support they had, because one of the things I wanted was because we were so short of support on the shelters that would allow the National Guard to help set those up. Okay, so they've closed the convention center, I understand. Yeah. They've got Bassett Middle School open. They've got some of them there. And then if we need to, I understand the city's prepared to do Moorhead. When I was mayor, we were funding the United Way to help provide extra support. We were doing the areas that we were helping the Annunciation House expand their location for more beds, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that is it's not just time, it's money. And declaring the emergency allows you to take advantage of that. So while the optics may be the concertina wire, the real key is that basically the city can be reimbursed when they haven't been, for the most part, even though it was discussed, and then the ability to use National Guard. If we had all of a sudden 10,000 coming in one time, they could then set up a temporary facility immediately to hold the migrants if we had something like that. But again, the system, I go back to Dave, my first comment, the system's broken. It isn't going to be done, it isn't going to be fixed with Band-Aids. It's going to take some bipartisan effort and people that are magnanimous adults.
How did you manage to work with Governor Greg Abbott? You always had his ear. Of course, you were a Republican in the state legislature, but you had his ear. And we saw that play out when you were in office, when the county judge, a Democrat, was sending him letters and trying to get him to respond in certain circumstances. And this was more about COVID, not about migration, and we don't need to talk about that. But the point being is you had his ear at a time when it was needed, and it seems right now there's still that power struggle can play out sometimes.
Well, I tried to avoid politicizing any decision that I had to do related to the betterment of El Paso or the struggles we were going through, whether it was immigration or whether it was COVID or whatever. You never heard me condemn any member of any party or otherwise, period. My point was we need to all work together. This is for El Paso. It wasn't about me as the mayor, it was about El Paso and our needs. And that's the way I judged it. And I did the same thing when I was in the legislature. I tried to work bipartisan and make sure that what we were doing was for the betterment of this community, and it wasn't about anything else.
I think, Eric, to one of the points you raised, which I think is important to remember as well, which is not only is the immigration that we're seeing come in waves, but remember this is the precursor from El Paso. The president is flying to Mexico City to meet with the Mexican president and the Canadian prime minister. And a big part of that conversation is going to have to be about Mexico's role in this process. I think one of the challenges, this is the first time in quite some time that we've seen federal migration police on the border. So if you drive down a border highway, you'll see the folks from the Immigration Institute, as it's called, in Mexico. It's the first time that there's been a massing of those agents, which is significant. The other thing is that we're now discovering that organized crime through the cartels has figured out that there's money to be made by moving these folks that are transiting through Mexico. And that creates another unintentional problem, which is what used to take a certain amount of time to cross from the southern border of Mexico to the northern border is now expedited because these cartels are moving people for funds. And that complicates things because the responsibility that the U.S. has in terms of policing the border is made complicated by the fact that the Mexican government may not be fulfilling its obligation to police the cartels that are moving those people.
Well, speaking of that, over the summer when a lot was made, especially in the race for governor, Beto O'Rourke took an opportunity to really highlight this. You had the governor signing documents and agreements with Mauro Campos over on the other side of the border and this was more about the commercial traffic when he put in the stops with the DHS stops just outside of the ports. We don't hear much discussed about that. There was an agreement in place back in the summer and documents signed in front of the media.
Right.
But then since then, where is the dialogue with the other side, even if it's just at the state levels?
Richard's right. I mean, we can't control our borders without Mexico participating in that, and they're controlling their borders, which is all the dynamics that are going. It's just, I don't know if there's one single panacea. I think it's an incremental process, and you got to start somewhere, and you got to get enough people to agree that this is important. You're going to have your strident, polarizing folks in both parties who are going to say not no, but hell no, irrespective of what you do. But you got to find the ones in the middle. I remember hearing John Breaux years ago, was a senator from Louisiana, a conservative Democrat, who said you govern from the middle, and I still believe that's the case. You govern from the middle, irrespective of both sides, of both polars, the far end on the right and far end on the left.
It's got to be very difficult to be able to get that when you also have a public able to get information from so many different sources. And people are hearing one message on one network or one message on another network, and it's hard to find agreement when, like you mentioned, everybody is trying to appeal to their bases. So it just feels like while we see the president here for the first time in his administration in the last 2 years, we really do have to wonder what will come of this visit.
Right. Well, and I think that it also begs the question of how people in the United States don't understand what's happening south of the U.S. border. I mean, so there's a bunch of political pressure that's happening in Central America that looks like what it did in the 80s when we started to see these massive waves of folks that were coming up. I think there's two issues here. The first is that the White House has not done a good job in addressing those issues since the start of the term. And I think they appointed the vice president to sort of be in charge of that part of Latin America, and there hasn't been
and she visited
big change.
Here.
She came through. There was some of the same kind of see what's going on. But I think to your point, Eric, those agreements, if you've got a state-by-state agreement, that's great. But I think what you see, especially in Mexico, is disagreement between the state of Chihuahua and what goes on in Mexico City. And so the same kind of fractured problems we have are magnified. And I think the less that we understand, Stephanie, to your point, the less that we understand about what's actually going on the ground, I think the less as voters we can demand certain kinds of changes, right? And I think this is, to the mayor's point, you've got to have people that can say, look, this is what the problem is. It's not political in its very nature.
It's not all on the border either.
And it's not
all on the border.
Right? And that's going to be hard. And again, I think given a visit like this, I mean, you've got some of the right players on the table, but I was a little bit surprised when Secretary Mayorkas was here and essentially said we've got a big problem and comprehensive immigration reform needs to be sort of at the forefront of the change. That's essentially saying we've got to rebuild the house, and if it's the person that's doing that or the person that's in charge of that, that's a little bit disturbing, right? There was no short-term sort of solution to what's going on, and I think that's what we're experiencing a little bit right now.
Yeah, obviously, and we're watching, again, this is the motorcade. They have not yet left the Bridge of the Americas. We were under the impression they were going to be leaving, but as you can see, they are still at the Bridge of the Americas. This is the first stop for President Joe Biden in his visit to El Paso. We're awaiting him heading out to the Migrant Processing Center in East Central El Paso, if you will, by the airport, where we have our crew standing by. We've seen a lot of protests happening in El Paso leading up to the visit. Obviously a very polarizing visit. As much as people are saying he needs to come here and see this, him also being here does create a lot of response on both sides because they feel like this is a photo op. They feel like it's too late. So again, it goes back to your point, both of you gentlemen, that this is just one of those instances where we see a lot of people talking to both sides of their bases and making this political when this is an issue that is affecting places like El Paso and places along the border, because this is not a political issue per se. It is a matter of migration and people heading to the United States. And it's just something that the city itself is being tasked to handle, but yet doesn't have the resources to handle because it is a city not without that kind of funding.
Well, let me ask Mayor Margo this, because you mentioned governing from the middle. Who are your calls to if you could create your dream team, whether it be U.S. senators, representatives? Who are the calls that you would be making calls to right now to try and put together that governing from the middle and actually trying to get a group together that wants to get something comprehensive done? Well,
first of all, I think Senator Cornyn's group that's coming out tomorrow is a good step in the bipartisanship. He has the border states as well as some of the Northeast in leadership. But the other part I would say is that the border states, California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas ought to lead. And there are enough bipartisan, both parties, congressmen and senators in each of those states to be able to start the process. And then you want to go for those who have impact in committee chairs that might ultimately be able to do this. You talk about the House, the Rules Committee. You talk about Ways and Means. You talk about budget. You talk about, the military and the supported Homeland Security. So it's a combination.
I also wonder, you were talking about John Cornyn, and he's a senior senator here in Texas. And obviously the Republicans are not in power in the Senate, but it is still very close. The governor could he speak to U.S. House representatives, Republicans? There's one, like you mentioned, Representative Gonzalez, who represents part of El Paso. Are we aware if there are any discussions on those levels from the state level to their counterparts or their party counterparts, if you will, in in the House, in the U.S. House, to do something about immigration?
I would love to see our Congresswoman Escobar reach out and say, I'd love to work with these Republican congressmen on a bipartisan response to immigration. I think Tony Gonzalez would like to do that. Jody Arrington out of the Lubbock area. I think we got a number of them in Texas that would be willing to involve themselves in a bipartisan effort. But I've never seen it occur. I don't know, maybe she's done that. I've never heard about it. But at the same time, I think she ought to, because of her husband being an immigration judge, ought to be taking the lead and saying we need X number more immigration judges to deal with what we have today and deal with that through the DOJ.
At this point, with the House switching control to Republicans, would Congresswoman Escobar even have a place to make that statement, being as she is part of a party that is no longer in power in the House? And granted, they did have power for the last 2 years in the House, but now she's not in the position of power that she once was. Is it even a possibility to do that?
Well, what have you got to lose? It's not, to me, it's not a power deal. It's a solution to a vexing problem that's been here for, as we talked about basically 37 years this year. That's just escalated over the last several years geometrically. I mean, it's unreal. And a lot of this has to do with, of course, the cartel wars created an influx, and then we've got the continuation with the human trafficking and all those other issues that are continuing, and the economic problems in the Northern Triangle and those countries and that need. You look at their governments; they've gone to be dictatorial in most cases, and they've changed. But we're certainly not going to change overnight to have them in a more democratically led environment. So we got to deal with the symptoms we have and the problems we're dealing, the challenges we have immediately. So, what do you got to lose? Sometimes it's easier to be in the minority and try to do something than it is to be in the majority when they know you could probably get something done.
And Stephanie, I think to the question of whether or not there's a chance of bipartisan success, I think you've got a couple of factors. We're going to see this, I think, today with the Congressman's post-visit press conference. The president of the Chamber of Commerce is going to be there. I think business plays an important role in the conversation. I think that the push and pull factors that we're seeing politically and civilly in other countries are balanced out by economic imperative. And I think that is one of the places where there's common ground. It's hard to politicize the fact that communities would make money or communities would benefit financially from policies that would allow migrants to either cross more freely or with a regulated system, or at least a conversation where you bring in some of these people to the table. I mean, you had the U.S. Ambassador to Mexico, Tony Garza, well regarded in both parties, who has some very particularly strong ideas about how to work on this. I mean, it is not as if we don't have a lack of experts in the United States or even in the Congress or the Senate that can work on this. I think it's a question, as the mayor points out, of being willing to step aside from some of these political issues. I think one of the differences, and if you look back at the Gang of Eight in particular, and the reason that they were at least moving the needle was that they were senior statespeople. They had people that had been in the Senate for some time. And I think that there is an impulse as this becomes politicized and as this creates reaction with voters to sort of jump on the low-hanging fruit. As I say a lot of times in talking about my research, it makes sense that people are frustrated with the status of immigration, but for most people, they see this as an open border or a closed border, and they don't understand, I think, some of the conversation that can come out in a legislative process. I think that is absolutely feasible, but you've got to bring the right people to the table, and I think, to the mayor's point, that if Congresswoman Escobar is willing to have these conversations and be frank about what those needs needs are. I think that another issue that happens, and I think the mayor has seen this quite closely, is that once you leave the border, people in middle America don't quite understand what happens down here. And so it's very easy to be afraid of sort of an invasion force that's at the U.S.-Mexico border. I think that there needs to be conversations that bring folks in from other parts of the country that are getting the benefit of these same economic resources. So you look at states like Michigan, you look at states in the South, where you've got a large undocumented population that's part of the economy in some of these places. And as a result of that, you've got to have some of those people at the table. But I think if there's not an attempt to at least start the conversation, then I think that we're always going to be at this point where the breaking edge is right in front of us. And I think that that's a little bit of what we're seeing right now. And I think, back to Eric's point, if we see another wave, depending on what happens with Title 42 in the courts, if we see another wave, the place that gets hit the most and that deals with this head on is El Paso. And I think that that's what's frustrating for folks that are from here, which is we've got a great, resilient, giving community, but at a certain point, the energy for that does run out.
Right, and the resources as well.
We don't have the resources. And we also need to take away that mindset that in parts of the country where they think we can do militarization of the border.
Yeah, that's right.
Under federal law, you cannot do it. Under posse comitatus, it's illegal. It can't be done. So that ain't going to happen. But that's still hanging out there with people thinking that, oh, gee, with that may be the solution. It's not the solution.
And meantime, we do have Eric standing by and talking to your point, Dr. Miranda, just about what people are seeing. They see a lot of these numbers, Eric.
Yeah, Stephanie, I want to reset here. We're approaching 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The president's been on the ground here in El Paso for about an hour and a half now. We've been bringing you a nonstop coverage since he landed at El Paso International Airport and then made his way to the Bridge of the Americas, which is, as we understand it, he is still there before he departs to the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center. We've talked about a wide variety of topics and issues at hand right now. However, at the heart of it is what I'm about to show you here. President Biden's visit comes after several record-breaking years for migration into the U.S. What we're about to show you are the number of encounters CBP and Border Patrol have had with migrants along the entire border during the past few fiscal years, which run from October to September. So that's why you see October there on the far end, coming all the way to here to September. That is October of 2021, bringing you all the way up to September of 2022. And you can see how there are some of those flows. This is from 57,000, a little more than 57,000 from a few, and actually I want to rephrase that. That's not from October 2021. This is just, use those months. These are the fiscal years. So this starts with the most recent, I should go back a few years. This starts with, I believe, 2018, when we started to see this spike of total encounters of 57, a little more than 57,000. Let's bring the next number up. Now you see all of a sudden it jumps up to 192,000 encounters so far. Then the next year you see that 227,000, a little more than that, 227,000 so far. And then bring it to where we are right now, just within the last couple of months. So you see how those numbers have drastically increased. There's 2023, 2022, 2021, and 2020. So I want to apologize for a moment there. The 57,000 from 2020, that's where we start. Now, this red line up here, this 233,000, that's just what we've seen so far in 2 months of a fiscal year, October and November. We saw that total for an entire year just prior. Again, these are encounters, so not necessarily different individuals. These are encounters that we're seeing. So these can be people who are sent back to Mexico, of course, part of the Remain in Mexico policy or Title 42 when people are expelled and then they try and cross again. But you can see, even if that is the case, and we've reported on that before, people try to re-enter and come back. But again, these numbers just illustrate the problem that immigration officials, whether it be Border Patrol in between the ports, CBP at the ports, and everyone else in the downtown community dealing with releases into the community. This is why this is such a hot button issue right now, and this is what's driving the President of the United States to be here now on the ground in El Paso for what we expect to be a 3-hour visit. And Stephanie, we're about a little over an hour and a half into this, so we're past that halfway point we suspect, or give or take. He is expected to leave around 3:45, but did arrive here 15 minutes early. So about that hour and a half mark of that 3-hour visit. And as we know it, he has visited the Bridge of the Americas. I don't think we have gotten word that the motorcade has officially left there yet. They just repositioned at Boda so far, but it will be making eventually his way to the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center. We have a team of reporters across all of these various spots. This is a live look at the Bridge of the Americas. And you can see that motorcade, all those El Paso police motorcycle vehicles lined up, ready to transport and help the motorcade make its way from point A to point B. So again, just from a traffic standpoint as well, if you're traveling anywhere around that Paisano area, Stephanie has mentioned a couple of times that Bridge of the Americas is right near the zoo, the El Paso County Coliseum. If you're trying to travel in any of those areas, I would avoid this area at least for the next couple of hours, because everything is obviously heavily secured, blocked off, and really only accessible for this motorcade, Stephanie.
Thanks, Eric. And also just want to talk about what's happening downtown near the Greyhound bus station. It looks much different now than it did just a month ago. We have a look at what downtown El Paso, what a lot of people in downtown saw just in December. Migrants seen lined up, sleeping on sidewalks, crowding the streets near the bus station, families staying together in crowds, filling up the area. And this happened because shelters ran out of space. Now, I want to point out, Eric, when you showed us those numbers on that graph, in 2019 and 2020, we were seeing unprecedented numbers of people. This is how it looks just as a few hours ago, if you will, maybe a day ago. This is what it looked like today. No migrants staying in the area, debris cleared. You see maybe a handful of people there, 180 from what people would see when they were driving by the bus station downtown. In comparison, we want to show you what the scene outside of Sacred Heart Church looked like about 2 weeks ago. You see so many people, people who were donating food and donating blanket, and it was very cold in the last few weeks. People were sleeping on the streets. You see sleeping bags, blankets, bags filled with their belongings, all piled up along the sidewalk. We have a look at how it looks today as everyone was preparing for the president's visit. There is still a sizable crowd of migrants outside, but you can see the city trash collection. ABC spoke with a migrant earlier, or rather, we're not going to go there, but just want to show you again, this is what it looked like. And I want to point out, going back to what I was going to say earlier, which is, Eric, you were talking about the numbers that we have seen in the border. Migration in El Paso, coming through El Paso to the United States. I remember being at a news conference in City Hall in 2019 where Ruben Garcia, who works with the Annunciation House, was talking about the dire need for help from the government because they were at a point where they could not handle capacity, and that was in 2019. And the numbers have swelled to
Tripled,
4 times that.
Yeah, I mean, and I want to clarify, those numbers were the monthly numbers we were seeing. So when you add that up for the total fiscal year, you're talking in the millions.
Right.
So it was something I didn't articulate there a moment ago. I did want to clear that up. Yeah, I mean.
But El Paso is also seeing a majority of that. It has changed over the years, whether it be in McAllen, but for the most part, El Paso has been at the center of what we are seeing in terms of migration. And if we were at a breaking point in 2019, I mean, we are really bursting at the seams at this point.
Well, and there's also an interesting, I mean, this is a function of how migration patterns work. Previously, when you would move some of these migrants away from El Paso, especially Central Americans, they had familial connections that were already in the United States, and so it was easy to connect with family that were in other parts of the country. Venezuelans, for the large part, because they don't have the same migration pattern, don't have places to go. And so as a result of that, some of the busing, which has also become politicized, has created a number of other issues. But again, that function of not even recognizing why so many of the Venezuelans are still in El Paso or why they're here is a function of understanding what the geopolitics and the history of immigration mean for the United States. And so if you've got family in Florida, as is the case with some of these folks that had come in the previous waves, you can send them there while they await their asylum hearings. You don't have that same option with a lot of the folks that are coming from those countries. And we can't repatriate to certain countries. This is another one of the issues. So the Cubans won't take repatriation flights, which means that with some of those folks that you've got, they're in a limbo. Part of the reason there was such a large Cuban community that essentially was camping out on the Juarez side of the border for such a long time.
We just got a bit of a description in terms of what the president was doing. We were describing some of what was happening on the ground there at the CBP facility. Before we get through some of this, because I want to take a moment to look through some of it, I do want to check check in with ABC7's Dylan McKim. He was in Northeast El Paso initially outside of the Hondo Pass facility where we saw some of those protesters lined up. He has since changed locations. Now he is located in Segundo Barrio at the Sacred Heart Church, which is where we've seen many migrants spending the nights over the last several weeks. And we can see it as a very active scene once again, Dylan. So what are you hearing? What are you seeing from folks there outside of Sacred Heart Church in Segundo Barrio?
Yeah, Eric, a very active scene. I just want to first lay the scene for you. You see behind me, along this alleyway, along the wall of the Sacred Heart Church, you see some migrants camping out here. Jerry, go ahead, turn to your right here. You can see down Father Ram Street. We have a little bit of some supporters here who are against the border wall, of course, but we also see clearly migrants camping out on the streets. I also want to point out these yellow trash cans. These are environmental services that's from the city of El Paso, as they started placing these out there when people started raising concerns with city officials about trash being in the streets as migrants were camping out here. And you can open these up and you'll just see it's food that's being passed out to migrants here. Of course, they're putting them into a trash can, so they're not just littering them on the street. I want to go ahead and just show you how many people are actually here. We're going to start walking a little bit down Father Ram. You might get lost here because it's just so many people. It's so congested here. But you can see all along here people camping out, sleeping. They have their Red Cross blankets, all their belongings that they have with them. They're trying to sleep out here. Of course, you see a lot of media out here as we're passing by. Excuse me.
Yeah.
There is a long line, it looks like, that is trying to get to some tents over here that are serving food. Some people are walking around with your burritos. So, yes, there are people, migrants out here. There's also people out here who are trying to provide help, whether it's clothing, food. Of course, we have talked to protesters today up in the Northeast. Irina Armendariz Jackson, she was saying that she was afraid that President Biden was going to see a desanitized El Paso. Right now, it's not on his itinerary to come downtown to see the conditions downtown here. But we just want to show you what it looks like. We'll keep on going and see how far we can actually get through here. Excuse us, guys. Sorry about that. This wraps all the way around here, guys. Again, this is Father Ram here. That stop sign, that intersection is Oregon and Father Ram. You will start to see there's some food trucks out here. Looks like a vegan food truck. We see Sun Metro out here. People are actually, looks like they're getting, some migrants are lining up to get some food. As you can see, one walking past us right now. But a very active scene here. This is what those protesters really want President Biden to see, to show what the conditions are in downtown El Paso. Of course, this area had a lot of police presence. We've been reporting in the past couple of weeks of police coming here. They've been arresting people for maybe paraphernalia. They had access to marijuana, those types of arrests. We spoke to one woman. We asked her, have people been cleaning this area in preparation for President Biden's visit? One woman did tell us that, yes, she has seen city officials or city employees out here cleaning the area in preparation to President Biden's visit. We asked her if she felt safe, and she actually told us that she wants to stay on this property, the Sacred Heart Church's property. She says once you cross Father Ram, which is on the other side of these food trucks, that she is seeing immigrants being taken in by Border Patrol trucks, put in the truck, and driven away. So she's afraid to actually leave this area. As you see, a lot of migrants have decided to camp out here. We see bags of chips right here that they're enjoying. They're just waiting here right now. And we've talked to other people too, other migrants here. We've only had a chance to talk to a few. One told us that actually the migrants themselves have been cleaning up this area. Of course, this is kind of their living space right now. They want to keep it clean as well. I was over there at near the Greyhound bus. That's near Duranguito. And I've been out there. I even saw a makeshift soccer game happening as I was out there. But you could see migrants actually with brooms, and they were sweeping up trash after they ate and putting them into trash cans. So it was that there are migrants actually taking care of the streets out here as well. But we're also hearing that some city employees are coming out here to also clean up in preparation for President Biden's visit. We're going to stay out here, guys. We're going to talk to some more migrants, but just giving you an idea of how crowded and congested this area is as migrants are living out here, as migrants are coming out here, guys. But of course, we have the food trucks. We see Sun Metro buses here providing some heat for migrants that are maybe cold. It's a nice day out here, thankfully. The sun is out. It's in the 60, 70 degrees. But you can see behind me, too. Jerry, let's just go ahead and show them kind of what the tents look like of people who are providing food here. We see some pretzels and some snacks. We see bottles of water. But this is the kind of help that migrants are receiving if they are staying out here in Sacred Heart. We're going to go ahead and send things back to you guys. We want to still talk to some more migrants out here to get a better understanding of what's been happening in the days leading up to President Biden's visit. and how long these people have been out here, and more about the safety out here for migrants. But for now, right now, reporting live at Sacred Heart, Dylan McKim, ABC 7.
Dylan, before we let you go, I know you do want to go speak to some of the migrants and get a little bit of an idea of what their story is. Have you gotten up to this point? And if not, you can ask them, obviously, when you go talk to them. Have you gotten a sense of how many maybe have been processed and have papers versus how many are undocumented and are still awaiting that process? Because that's something we saw playing out outside of Sacred Heart Churches. A lot of the folks who were there haven't even gotten their papers yet, which is why they couldn't go into the shelters.
Right, that's exactly right, Erica, because when the convention center was still open, of course, they were asking for your papers to get in, and some people were having to stay out here at Sacred Heart because they had not gotten their papers. That's a question, you're right, we need to ask, and we are going to ask that question of how many people out here have their asylum papers, or are still waiting for their asylum papers, or in the process of getting those asylum papers. But definitely a good question, and with so many people out here, a lot of confusion can happen, and some may not even know what papers they need to get into those shelters, so they're not living on the streets out here.
Dylan, also just wondering, have you been able to get any sense from any of them if they are aware that the president is in El Paso today?
There are some aware. Some of them we did make aware that President Biden was here, but it appears that some of them were aware that President Biden was here, and they could see cleanup efforts happening in the days leading up to his visit.
Okay, Dylan, thank you. And yes, you did want to speak with more of them to get a sense of what is happening in downtown El Paso. But thank you for that live update of what's happening in the Segundo Barrio area. An area downtown, Eric, where we understand the president is not scheduled to go. In fact, as far west as he went was where he was earlier today, which is at the Bridge of the Americas.
Well, and I think you're going to hear from one side of the aisle, of course, that they're going to say that's where he needs to go. That's what he needs to see. The reality of what is happening. That being said, there is also the logistics of that and the security component that goes into that of sending the president. Perhaps he could do a drive-by, but these trips are usually so well coordinated. Maybe speak to that a little bit, Mayor Margo, because you were the recipient of, obviously, President Trump at the time coming for presidential visits. You understand the inner workings of how much goes into these trips from a White House standpoint and the initial outreach that they have to local leaders and officials to make sure all ducks are in a row and that this will be a safe stop for the President of the United States, regardless of party.
Oh, absolutely, and it's a task on our police department as well. Yeah. They have dignitary detail that determines what's what, goes along with them. They pre-check with Secret Service all of the routes that they may be going and the places they may be stopping. So yeah, it's a real dynamic, large security issue where he goes and.
So
and
given that, you wouldn't expect any type of impromptu stop somewhere like Sacred
Heart?
It
would be unusual, highly unusual for that to occur. I would. Personally, I'd like to see him meet with the sector chief of CBP, the green suiters that are on the border, to talk about how many. They're the ones that have been inundated. It's not necessarily our port of entry has been inundated as much as they have along the El Paso sector.
Well, we even see, just going back to the logistics of getting the president to an area like the Segundo Barrio and Sacred Heart Church, even at the port of entry, which is what you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen, the Bridge of the Americas, they close off the area, the roads leading to that port of entry. So being able to even get a motorcade in that area would require a lot of road closures in the downtown area. I would imagine that would be something that would be even more difficult, and even then you wouldn't have a lot of access. He probably wouldn't still see what we're seeing right now because they would have to clear that area.
A little bit of a lull right now, at least in terms of the visuals that we can see and what's going on in terms of the president's visit here in El Paso. So we're going to step aside, take a quick break, and we'll be right back, and we'll bring you the very latest as the President of the United States, Joe Biden, has been on the ground here in El Paso since just before 12:30 this afternoon, approaching 2 hours on the ground so far. We're bringing it to you live here on ABC 7. We'll continue to do so right after this.
Talking point, which is that this is an open border policy because you have unprocessed Welcome back to ABC 7 special coverage of President Joe Biden visiting El Paso, responding to the ongoing migrant crisis. He landed in El Paso shortly before 12:30 this afternoon, and he ended up at the Bridge of the Americas and stayed there and is still actually at the port of entry at this moment.
Only 2 scheduled stops on the itinerary we got initially outside of arriving at the El Paso International Airport. It was the Bridge of the Americas, which he is at right now, and has been for quite some time now, a better part of an hour, I believe, and then eventually making his way to the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center. If you're just joining us, this is what it looked like as President Biden deplaned Air Force One alongside Veronica Escobar, the El Paso Congresswoman. Henry Cuellar, another congressman from another part of the Texas border, is also on that flight, and that's where he greeted just around 12:25 this afternoon, just after 12:30, we brought it to you live on the air. He greeted Governor Greg Abbott there, bottom right corner of your screen. He got a chance to meet with the Republican governor. They exchanged words for about a minute or so, a little more than a minute. We got a good sense of what was said between the two based off of what Governor Abbott said, as our own Saul Saenz, who was positioned there on the tarmac, was able to have a pretty extensive back and forth with the governor. And the governor telling us that he told the president and he gave him that letter that he has been talking about. He said he gave it to Congresswoman Veronica Escobar as well, that letter, and that's what you see actually right there. So we didn't notice that the first time, but there is the letter that President Biden received from Governor Greg Abbott. It doesn't look like he's taking too much time to look at it in that moment, but the big thing that Governor Abbott impressed upon us in terms of what he said was in that letter, he said 5 key points that he wanted to include in that he says that President Biden could do right now with the laws that are currently in place to stem the flow of migration and help fix the problem in terms of what's going on. Number 1, detain anyone who is illegally entering and prepare them for removal. Number 2, restart that deportation process, which is obviously through ICE. Number 3, he said stop people from violating crossing between the borders. That's something we've been talking about extensively with former El Paso Mayor DeMargo over the last couple of hours, is trying to stem the flow of migration between the ports of entry where Border Patrol patrols and try and get it to go through the ports of entry where CBP officers are. And then number 4, he wants Title 42 to remain in place. And then number 5, he was saying use the taxpayer money that is currently in place already to build and finish the border wall in Texas. Those are the 5 key points coming from that letter you just saw Governor Greg Abbott hand to President Biden moments after he stepped off of Air Force One before ultimately making his way into the motorcade. He was joined in his motorcade by Bishop Mark Seitz, El Paso Diocese, Catholic Diocese here locally, and then, of course, also El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser, County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, as well as Bishop Mark Seitz I mentioned, and then Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. They're all part of this contingent that is going from stop to stop, not in the motorcade. It was only Bishop Mark Seitz who went in the vehicle with the president, but the rest are part of that. The one person who wasn't is Governor Greg Abbott, the Republican governor. He was not invited to go on the other stops, so that is why we got a chance to speak with him extensively just after 12:30, where he laid out his version and his vision of what is going on. Of course, there's a lot of room for disagreement there between both sides, but the Republican governor, Greg Abbott, getting a chance to really speak to what he believes are the problems and what are the solutions in his mind that he says are contained within that letter. What happens from here in terms of whether or not President Biden takes that letter to heart, seriously, makes the call? That's what Governor Greg Abbott said he wanted, was a phone call then after this visit to start talking about some of these things. Governor Abbott saying he's never received a call from the president. Whether or not that happens, we will see. We are just getting word now that the motorcade is moving, so that presumably means there is a live look at the motorcade. That means that the stop at the Bridge of the Americas is over. The President of the United States is now making his way, we believe, to the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center on Montana. However, we are getting word of some presence along Loop 375 at Executive, so there may be a bit of a drive here first in terms of where the motorcade is going. We'll try and use our TxDOT traffic cameras as well to see if we can follow along. Sometimes they black those out, though, given security issues with the president. But we did just get word from Dr. Richard Pineda, who had been joining us for the last couple hours and then had to leave for a prior commitment. But he let us know that there is a big police presence at Executive and Loop 375. And he says when President Bush came, they ran a part of that motorcade along the levee there. So that is something. Even though the bridge, to go from point A to point B as the crow flies, you would not be heading towards downtown. But I want to send things over to Stephanie Vaya to kind of give us a sense of what could be happening here, Stephanie.
Yeah, we're watching him. They are driving away from the port. And again, we're not quite sure where exactly he will go as he makes his way to the Migrant Processing Center, which is on Montana. As you can see on the map, the Bridge of the Americas is southwest of where the Migrant Processing Center is. But like you said, Eric, we are getting word from Dr. Pineda that there is some activity on Loop 375 near Executive, which is on the west side of El Paso. Can't say for certain what is going to happen in terms of traffic flow or whether the motorcade is going to even make its way this far west, but he is expected to go to the Migrant Processing Center there. And then he's expected to depart El Paso for Mexico City to take part in that summit. And he's expected to leave at 3:45 this afternoon, being in El Paso for about 3 hours. He was there at the Bridge of the Americas for quite some time. A lot of the time he spent there, he was talking with the customs officers. He had several demonstrations. We're getting a readout, in fact, from the White House, what he saw. We were able to actually see some of that ourselves. We saw him watch a screening process of a vehicle. We also understand that he watched some of the dogs, the CBP dogs, sniff for drugs and other paraphernalia in the vehicles. And so that was part of his visit, was to visit the commercial port of entry. And now as he leaves that port of entry and is heading to the Migrant Processing Center, we want to get to Rosemary Montañez. She is joining us live now. She's actually she has moved to... She's at the processing center. I apologize. Let's get to Rosemary Montañez. She's at the processing center on Montana. Rosemary.
Yeah, Stephanie, we're standing by for the president to come into this area at any moment. As we mentioned earlier, there's still a lot of law enforcement in this area. This intersection behind me has been closed off. I want to give you an idea of what we have been seeing in the last maybe half hour, an hour. People have actually been rolling in their vehicles. They've been escorted by police. A lot of these are officials. I saw Susan Goodell with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger, as well as Commissioner David Stout, someone from the Office of Emergency Management. I saw Ruben Garcia from the director of the Annunciation House. So we know that there are going to be a lot of officials in this meeting here at the County Processing Center. A lot of people have been coming in and out of this center. So know that when the president gets here, there is going to be a lot of people that he will be meeting with. But like I mentioned, Susan Goodell with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger, Commissioner David Stout, Jesus Rodriguez from the Office of Emergency Management, and Ruben Garcia, the director of the Annunciation House, all have now made their way to the County Processing Center in anticipation of the president's arrival. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Rosemary, thank you. We want to talk a little bit about what's going to be happening after he leaves El Paso. We mentioned that he's going to the North American Summit. That is happening in Mexico City, where he's going to meet with Mexico's president as well as Canada's prime minister. That is happening on Monday and Tuesday.
They're expected to discuss migration, drug trafficking, trade, and the relationship among the three countries. We are once again joined by the former mayor, El Paso Mayor Dee Margo. You've been joining us since 12:30, so we thank you for your time this afternoon. One thing I want to add, too, I was talking before I sent it over to Stephanie there a moment ago about the letter that Governor Abbott handed to President Biden. He laid out what his 5 plans were to sell signs on the tarmac there. He did publish the letter on Twitter just within the last hour that he sent with a signature written to the president. There's one more point in here that he kind of lumped 2 of them together, and there was one other point that he did not mention on the tarmac. He said that you must also designate the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, which is a step that he has taken on his end of things, but he wants the president to do that as well. So that technically that is point number 5 in his letter that he has sent to the president. Not just sent, he hand delivered to the president just about 2 hours ago now.
So now we're hearing more about that letter. He's talking about actionable points that don't require any type of policy being enacted. Nothing has to happen through Congress. He's saying just enforce the laws that are already on the books. We want to get to Dylan before we get to you, Mayor, to get your input on this. We're hearing Dylan McKim is at Sacred Heart Church in Segundo Barrio. We saw him earlier, had quite a few migrants out there in that area, and Dylan said he was going to speak to some of them. And Dylan, what are you hearing out there?
Yeah, Stephanie, you and Eric were asking about the asylum papers and whether or not migrants either had their asylum papers or were waiting for their asylum papers or didn't have any at all. We just walked up and down here, Father Ram, which is one of the streets that borders Sacred Heart, and we just started talking to people, started speaking to migrants. One family we spoke to from Colombia, they did have their papers. They had their asylum papers, yet they're still camping out on the street because they're waiting for money. They need money to find that bus ticket. They need money to get that plane ticket to go to their final destination. So right now, it's just a waiting game for them, but they have the proper documentation. However, I will say a majority of the families and individuals that we spoke to out here do not have their asylum papers, and a majority of them were from Venezuela. So when Border Patrol in about October, late October, of course, the new federal policy for Venezuelan migrants was the parole process. They were not allowed to enter the U.S. without a sponsor, a background check, and they had to apply online. So they were applying, whether they were in Mexico or another country, they were applying online. They had to have a sponsor and they had to have some money to get to their final destination. So instead of actually coming through El Paso, they would just fly, say they're in Mexico City. They would fly from Mexico City and they're trying to get to Atlanta. They would do a direct flight instead of having to come in here through El Paso where it's already congested. That was the new process. Go through a background check, and the federal government is expanding that process to Haitians, Cubans, and Nicaraguans. But here today, we're speaking with Venezuelans who do not have their papers, and because they are here, they crossed illegally. They are here illegally. They don't have the proper paperwork, and we spoke about that one woman who told us that she felt safe on the grounds of the church, and she said if you cross the street, we're on the other side of the church, across from Father Ram. Once you cross the street, she had seen immigrants be picked up by Border Patrol and taken away. Again, that was a big question for us out here, especially when the convention center was open. That was an opportunity for migrants to get off the streets, but they had to show their asylum papers to get in, and we still saw large groups of migrants camping out at Sacred Heart like we still see today. Now, of course, some people, some migrants here, some families, they have their asylum papers, like that family from Colombia, but a majority of the people we have spoken to today do not have their papers, and they're from Venezuela, which we know is a country where they need to be applying for their asylum in either Mexico. It needs to be online. They need to go through their background check, and that's just to prevent from them coming through here in El Paso and prevent that congestion. So that's kind of an update we have for you guys. That's kind of the story that a lot of people would have been told here in El Paso, and for those who are camping out in Sacred Heart in downtown. So just a little more clarification, a little more clearer picture for our viewers to show you what's actually happening here downtown. For now, I'll send things back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Dylan, thank you. So that answers the question that we were wondering.
You were clearly agitated by the answer, only because, and I mean only physically, because this goes back to the rhetoric that we hear about open border policies, alleged open border policies, where a lot of people do have asylum papers and they are going through a process, yet there is a lot of people who are not going through the process, and everybody is blending in.
They bypassed. So, I mean, the argument that we don't have a porous border is not correct. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. That's the tragedy of it all. That's the fact that we don't have enough ICE personnel, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We don't have enough pure CBP people. The system is tragically broken, and it needs to be funded and staffed appropriately. But that means people just came over. And so this is where we go back to the rhetoric, the harsh rhetoric on some sides that talks about, well, how many of them are criminals? How many of them are child molesters? How many of them are drug dealers? I mean, what are we dealing with here? We don't know. And that's the problem, and that's why we need rational immigration reform.
But doesn't CBP still have the authority to conduct some type of screening process if people are on the street?
They're sweeps. That's why they were doing sweeps.
That play out at night.
That's what they were doing with sweeps, to go back and check through, are you here, where you are? But that doesn't also think about the ones that probably kept going, wherever they were going to go or whatever. It's just a bad situation that needs to be rectified, and it needs to be rectified in Congress, in both houses, by both parties.
So I guess if we could kind of peel the onion a little bit and try and cut through some of the politics. You have, in the case of Governor Greg Abbott, Biden's open border policies. That's what he's saying, and that the border is open. Technically, is the border intended to be open? No, but the byproduct of the lack of resources compared to the flow of migration, that is what yields what we see in Segundo Barrio at Sacred Heart Church, where you have a lot of people who, by all intents and purposes, the border shouldn't be and it isn't wanted to be open to allow undocumented people to just stay in the streets, but this is the byproduct.
We're a sovereign nation that ought to control its borders, but that's not happening. And there's also that mindset out there that's been there that others talk about, that there's the perception that we are open and we ought to come and get here as quick as you can. And that's been reported on for months. So something's got to get done.
It's quite a conundrum. I mean, if you drive along the border highway, and we were talking about it earlier, you do see migrants, but you also see a very large border wall. So, I mean, it's hard to believe that people can cross when there is that border fence, but we see it every day.
If you talk to UMC and you talk about the number of orthopedic injuries they were provided in surgery from people who were dropping 30 feet coming over those fences. So, yes, it's a barrier, but it's not a total barrier, and they were having to, we send them all to UMC, so that's a cost of the county, and some of them were children. That's what concerned me especially, but there were a lot of ongoing orthopedic surgeries almost every day because of that.
I want to pull up the TxDOT traffic cameras if we can, show the border highway. We mentioned the border highway, but this is more on the west side. This is Loop 375 at Executive. A moment ago on the left side of your screen, the eastbound lanes, we saw a bit of a gridlock. And on the right side of your screen, you have the westbound lanes where there's very little traffic. In fact, I haven't seen a car drive by on the westbound lanes for quite some time here, outside of what you see on the right side of your screen, which is an on-ramp. So that's from Executive. So guys, if we can back this camera up along Loop 375, the Border West Expressway, maybe a little bit closer to UTEP and downtown, we want to see if we can potentially get some type of visual on the motorcades movement if they are making a bit of a trip around the wall area there in West El Paso. So this is a little bit further west, certainly not part of where they're intending to go.
It looks like there's a vehicle blocking
They're now
traffic.
blocking traffic there on the eastbound lane. So
Right
that's why I'm based on the information we got from Dr. Richard Pineda as he was leaving, he said that there was a very heavy police presence in this in this area. And so when you have the traffic going as slowly as it was on the eastbound lanes, and now they're blocking off Loop 375 there in terms of the eastbound lanes and directing it all off at Executive. This is Paisano at Cole, so I'm thinking more along the Border West Expressway than the surface streets of Paisano. That would be a little bit of an easier travel for the motorcade to stay on the Border West Expressway, especially if they're blocking off lanes and allowing perhaps maybe a drive along the wall there a little bit around the downtown UTEP area, and then you turn around and eventually make your way to the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center. So this is Loop 375 at Isarco now. So okay, this is a little bit further, a little bit closer to downtown. So now you still see some of that traffic left over there on the, actually no, I'm looking at I-10 on the right side of your screen. So Loop 375, that is on the left side of your screen. There are no cars going in either direction, but there is traffic traveling on both directions of I-10.
And we are now under the, we now know that TxDOT cameras in that area are blacked out.
There's an indication.
That is an indication that there is a motorcade area, action in that area. We want to get to Saul Saenz. He's at the El Paso International Airport. He was there for the president's landing and was able to speak with the governor. And Saul, tell us what's happening now.
Well, right now we are waiting for the President Biden's motorcade to return to this particular area, the El Paso Airport. This is the trade zone right here, an industrial complex, which is where, as you well know, President Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, also landed. But one of the points that you all are making is that has to be taken into consideration is that, yes, we did know that Judge Ricardo Samaniego was scheduled to greet the president. Also, Mayor Oscar Alicia was scheduled to greet the president, as well as Bishop Mark Seitz. They were all scheduled, but the great interrupter in this particular case, and a perception is everything, I believe that Governor Abbott made it abundantly clear that he was able to get his message across. He was not scheduled to greet the president, but however, he showed up, and he was the very first person who was able to greet the president and get his point across, which we, of course, were able to find out later that he had already presented him a letter of some of the points that he probably had to make. And we're showing you video right now of that particular moment when Biden descends from those steps and he is greeted by Governor Greg Abbott. So I had the opportunity, in terms of communicating to the press, I had the opportunity to have an extensive interview with the governor, asking him not only what the conversation entailed between himself and the president, but also with Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Extensive interview asking him just about anything. I even asked him if he plans to continue busing migrants from Texas to other cities. He said yes. I don't know if we have that soundbite available. Producer, please tell me if we do. But in essence, he is saying that we don't have the resources in Texas to handle this unprecedented migrant surge. And so that's one of the reasons why he's sending them to the so-called sanctuary cities. So that's one of the reasons why he was able to come here. And well, apparently we do have that soundbite. Let's listen to that soundbite that I was referring to.
We are removing migrants from our communities because we don't have the capability of handling them. Self-declared sanctuary cities with massive resources like in New York, Chicago, and Washington, D.C., they have the capacity to deal with this. Far more than El Paso, but even far more than Del Rio and Eagle Pass and all the other tiny communities along the border that are being overwhelmed by the president's illegal policies that are turning this into an open border situation.
And that's just a sliver of the conversation that I had with Governor Greg Abbott. He answered so many more questions, including detailed information about that letter that he sent to President Biden, as well as to Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Which, of course, in the days to follow, we will see whether or not Biden takes heed of whatever those points that the governor made to President Biden, if they will be implemented, or if he will take a different course. Whatever the case may be, we know that this unprecedented surge will continue and might even increase if and when Title 42 is lifted. Back to you, Eric and Stephanie.
All right, Saul, thank you. We want to clarify that the governor's office told us that he was invited to greet President Biden on the tarmac, but that was the only point of the tour which he was invited to attend. So he was invited to attend and greet the president at the tarmac. You saw that Biden accepted a letter from him, and they spoke at great length, but again, was not invited to participate in the rest of the tour here in El Paso.
And that was something that Dr. Richard Pineda called a misstep on the part of the Biden administration, not allowing Governor Greg Abbott to come along on the rest of the tour, as everybody else that's involved is a Democrat.
Right.
And so the optics of that, he was saying, and I know, Mayor Margo, you agree that was probably a misstep on the Biden administration's part. But of course, with what Governor Abbott says on network television, what he tweets, and what he said to Seoul Signs, he's very, very critical of President Biden.
It's not surprising that he wasn't included in that, but you know, at some point in time, we need to find the bipartisan nature of what ought to be going on, and really, true bipartisanship ought to start at the top, and the top is the president. So let's wait and see. But I also think that in addition to border congressmen and senators, we talked about in forming a bipartisan group to do it, governors ought to be included. They really ought to be as a part of that process.
Well, especially the way we've seen it play out, specifically, well, we've seen it in Arizona, but also in Texas now, where Governor Abbott is doing everything in his ability to take control of the border that the federal law allows him to, at least the state law, I should say, allows him to, with what we've seen and how, in terms of how he's deployed the National Guard and how he's deployed DHS, Operation Lone Star. He has done a lot of things, if not for anything more than optics, that he is saying that this is what I'm doing to do, this is what I'm doing right now because you're not. And so, yeah, it's finger pointing, but to your point about Congress being involved, he's trying to take a lot of action to the extent that he can.
And we've had a lot of tragedy with human trafficking, the car wrecks, the people killed, the van out of San Antonio that had all the suffocation, dozens of mire. I mean, it's a humanitarian crisis that needs a political solution, but on a magnanimous bipartisan basis.
Right. You don't have to get along to be able to come to a solution.
No, it's about what your sworn oath says you need to be doing.
We want to go to Rosemary Montañez. She's at the County Migrant Services Center, which is near the airport. That's the next stop on President Biden's tour. And also, Eric, I was just looking over your shoulder here, and I could see the traffic cameras. And maybe we could take them while we're talking to Rosemary.
We're also just getting word that the Biden is up at the Migrant Center on the pool camera, so I think we might be able to get a visual of him as well there.
Okay,
I don't know that we have it yet. We were getting word that he might be. But in the meantime, Rosemary Montañez, you're standing outside of the Migrant Processing Center, the second stop for President Biden. What are you seeing? What have you seen over the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, over the last few minutes, it's still an active scene. It has been the entire morning since we got here. But in the last few minutes, we've kind of seen, police going in and out and more units arriving. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see where I was just standing. That was Boeing. But on the other side, that's Montana. And that's where we're seeing more police units, more of those law enforcement officials. Like we mentioned earlier, we're waiting for President Biden to arrive here at any moment. We know that he is en route, but really we're all just kind of standing by. We know he's coming. The officials here know he's coming. We saw a car about a minute before we went live with two people who pulled up. So we know the NGO officials are still showing up. As I mentioned earlier, there's quite a few of them who are here already. They're ready to enter this migrant processing center, this migrant services center near the airport, where they're going to be talking to President Biden and other local leaders to really talk about the situation. And it's going to be happening at this migrant services center where hundreds of migrants have been processed a day since September. But really, like I mentioned, there's a lot of activity out here. We're on standby waiting for the president, but an active scene out here. We're trying to see which side. We're kind of on the back road. So we're seeing, is he going to go through the back road or is he going to go through Montana? I'm going to send it back to you guys, but we're going to be out here waiting for the motorcade.
All right, Rosemary, thank you for that update. Just to put a bow on the discussion with the governor, too, Saul had asked him what the 5 points were in the letter that because he kept harping on 5 points, 5 points. In the letter that he gave the president, I jotted down the notes of what he said on the tarmac, but he did publish the actual letter on his Twitter page that he handed to President Biden. So I just want to quickly read through the 5 points because they're a little bit different than what he said precisely on the tarmac. So number one is you must comply with the many statutes mandating that various categories, he said, use the word aliens, I know that that's a controversial word, shall be detained, and then the practice of unlawfully paroling, again, he uses the word aliens en masse. Then he says you must stop sandbagging the implementation of Remain in Mexico policy and Title 42 expulsions and fully enforce those measures as the federal courts have ordered you to do. Number three, you must aggressively prosecute illegal entry between ports of entry and allow ICE to remove illegal immigrants in accordance with existing federal laws. Again, his words, illegal immigrants. I know another controversial thing. Four, you must also immediately resume construction of the border wall in the state of Texas using the billions of dollars Congress has appropriated for that purpose. And then number five was the point that he had not mentioned on the tarmac. You must designate the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. So those are the 5 points he's saying. Mayor Margo, you hear those five. How many of those do you think President Biden would legitimately do?
Well, some of them make sense. Title 42 is a Band-Aid. It's a public health issue that was done for COVID that really is not applicable or germane to the immigration. It's part of that Band-Aid. There's, we'll do Title 42 and we'll get it, we'll get them back there. We don't have to do anything. And I think it's bogus to continue to talk about Title 42.
And he did mention there were other points that are already in the books that are already law that he would just need to do again. What are the chances of that happening?
Well, I agree completely with processing through port of entries, not along the border, not allowing anybody to come in along the border unless you've been processed through a port of entry, period. But we also have had, as I say, some court decisions that said, you can enter along the border and we still need to process you accordingly. But that would help CBP immensely, and ICE.
And you mentioned Title 42. Of course, that's at the heart of the migrant crisis. Title 42 is a CDC policy that allows immigration authorities to expel some migrants to Mexico right after they cross into the U.S. without giving them a chance to request asylum. The policy has been in effect since March of 2020, the start of the pandemic, and the goal is to prevent the spread of COVID-19. That was the goal when it was enacted. Title 42 was first implemented during the Trump administration and has continued to be enforced during the Biden administration. We saw a lot of back and forth in the courts The policy was scheduled to be lifted last month, but the U.S. Supreme Court ruled it is allowing Title 42 to remain in place while legal challenges play out in court. That ruling came in response to an emergency request filed by 19 Republican governors, including Governor Abbott here in Texas. They're asking to maintain the policy, arguing that if it is lifted, it will cause a dramatic increase in migrants and asylum seekers coming to the United States. Now, the Supreme Court ruling stated that the Biden administration does have the power to lift Title 42, but President Biden and many Democrats have said they are in favor of ending the policy, but the Supreme Court says it will hear arguments in the case in February. Now, justices said they would address only the question of whether the Republican-led states could pursue their challenge to the measure. So again, this goes back to what Dr. Pineda was saying when you have the Department of Justice putting forth the argument to keep it in place, and they're going back and forth, and they're trying to lift it, and judges are putting it back in place. It's a constant back and forth of what can be done. I imagine that causes a lot of confusion among people who are trying to enforce the laws at the ports as they're encountering migrants.
Yeah, it's confusing. It's limiting to a certain extent, but when we declared our first public health emergency on March 13th of 2020, 42 was applicable. I followed what the president had done and what the governor had done, and we declared the city of El Paso as our first emergency declaration for COVID on March 13th, 2020. But that's gone away. Now, I think they're trying to hide behind it politically to a certain extent to say, well, this will be a temporary stop because we can't get anything else done. And that's suck it up.
You mentioned the Band-Aid until actual legislation can get done, but of course that would take a lot of time and commitment amongst a lot of people when there are a lot of other things. I mean, the reality is, too, the reason why, in some respects, the visit doesn't happen until now is because they've been talking about other things. They've been talking about inflation. They've been talking about infrastructure. They've been talking about COVID before that. I mean, remember, Title 42 being lifted was a discussion we first started talking about, well, really years ago, but even going back to May of 2022, this past May. That was the date that everyone had circled on the calendar, even in newsrooms here. We had circled it on the calendar. Okay, this is the day it's set to be lifted. We start doing the rounds, talking to the county judge, Ricardo Samaniego, talking to the mayor, talking to the city. How are you going to handle? How are you going to prepare? What are you doing? What are you doing? And then, boom, extended. And that's what brought us to December and ultimately where we are today. So it's the thing that we keep talking about, but it's the thing that
But
keeps
are we really
staying
even
in place.
enforcing? I'd love to hear what the actual numbers are of people who have been returned to Mexico under Title 42.
Well, and based on what we're seeing
nothing.
outside of Sacred Heart Church and all these undocumented migrants out there who have managed to, for lack of a better term, to beat the system and get through right now, at least for the time being, they're not being sent back via Title 42. At least, I mean, we are seeing the sweeps at night, so maybe that's part of what's happening, but it's not keeping up with the numbers that are on the streets.
Yeah, but the sweeps could follow anyway, regardless of that. It's form over substance. It's a facade. I mean, it's a political. It's almost like, well, we can hide behind 42, but yet 42 is not really, in my opinion, being, as I observe, being implemented.
Well, and 42 is so controversial too that it's not just a Republican-Democrat thing. I mean, the Biden administration has gotten criticized for keeping it in place from fellow Democrats.
Right.
So, and that's when you talk to the likes of Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, the border representatives, senators, I mean, they're the ones who are saying that this is not what needs to be in place. And so that's where you're kind of getting Democrat on Democrat sometimes even.
But I would say to those congressional individuals, Senate and House, who say I'm against Title 42 continuing, what's your solution?
Right.
What's your solution? All they can say is I'm against, which is it's easier to be against something than it is to be for somebody and do.
Well, it's like anything in life. The problems are a lot easier to bring up than the solutions.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Well, ahead of the president's visit, he announced a new migrant program. Now, on Thursday, Biden said the U.S. will accept up to 30,000 migrants per month from the following countries: Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. It's an expansion of a parole program that was originally created for Venezuelans. The program says migrants must apply for asylum online, have a sponsor in the country, and pass a background check. President Biden says those who do not come to the U.S. under that program may be expelled to Mexico, again, under Title 42. Customs and Border Protection has been building a large tent facility in northeast El Paso since last month, and immigration officials expect to use it to process migrants. In fact, according to the transcript of quotes from Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, who was on Air Force One as they were coming to El Paso, he was telling the press corps on the plane that they have surged 100 Border Patrol agents. He says, I believe on Tuesday we are going to be opening up a new soft-sided facility that will be able to process up to 1,000 migrants. This is the facility that we're looking at right now. They're also talking about surging up emergency food and shelter and programming funding to give them an extension on the expenditure of the funding already provided given the challenges they have faced. Now, I imagine that this would be federal funding for federal agents, not a reimbursement to the city or the county, which has been requested by both the city and county because of the handling of the migrant surge and the city and counties helping in doing that. So again, that's something that we're looking at right now in northeast El Paso. They're building that soft-sided structure. We also understand, Eric and Mayor Margo, that President Biden is approaching the migrant processing center in central or east central El Paso off of Montana, and we understand that he is approaching.
The pool is there, so
right.
That indicates that he should be there any minute now. We have ABC 7's Rosemary Montañez there as well. That is scheduled to be the second and final stop before, and it's right adjacent to the airport there before he gets back on Air Force One. If you're just joining us, just before 3 o'clock now, so the president is expected to take off from El Paso within the hour at 3:45. His trip here was scheduled to be for 3 hours, touchdown at 12:45, take off at 3:45. He got here a little bit earlier, a little bit before 12:30 is when they touched down. He was off the plane by just after 12:30. And now the fact that he still hasn't, to our knowledge, gotten into the migrant processing center in central El Paso there off of Montana, it makes me wonder a little bit if he'll be on schedule in terms of getting out of here at 3:45, because you would figure, based on the two stops, Bridge of the Americas first, which was more CBP and the ports, that here's a live look. Actually, this is from earlier, a video from earlier when he was at the Bridge of the Americas. He spoke with CBP officers there and local officials for quite a while, and that kind of brings me to the point of if the true issue at hand that is really the central focus now is between the ports and the migrants coming in, you would think he'd be spending a good amount of time talking to people at the migrant processing center as well. So we don't know per se right now whether or not he is beyond the schedule that he was anticipating,
right.
And if he'll be here a little bit longer, a little bit later than 3:45, but just before 3 o'clock here, and he is still, we have not had a visual yet of him inside or going into the County Migrant Processing Center on Montana. This is video from earlier outside the CBP facility at the Bridge of the Americas.
And he was getting a demonstration of how some of the canines who are canine agents, if you will, how they search suitcases in vehicles. According to the press report, the officers pulled out a suitcase that a dog had signaled, and they found fruit and a hunk of lunch meat. As we know, it is illegal to bring across certain items into the United States without being screened. They also saw a demonstration of what looks like packages of drugs or money in the backseat of a pickup. So he was getting demonstrations of how agents do their jobs at the ports of entry when they are doing screening. That's the lunch meat that I was referring to earlier. So they're showing him how they are able to do their job at the ports. He also saw a handheld screening device of some sort moving along a right front tire, showing how they also are scanning vehicles for any type of paraphernalia. As we've seen, we report on it almost daily, how they are able to capture drugs being moved into the United States through pretty inventive measures, concealing them in vehicles, in passenger vehicles on a daily basis. They also showed him a very large truck with an upside-down U-shaped scanner that can go over 18-wheelers. Again, the port where he is the commercial traffic port. So that's where they get a lot of commercial vehicles, 18-wheelers moving through the port of entry. A lot of industry depends on the traffic to flow through this port of entry. So obviously a very important part of border security and for the president to see how the agents are able to do their job at the ports. But of course, like you said, Eric, and like we've been talking about all afternoon, that we are seeing a lot of issues between the ports of entry and mainly in downtown El Paso, as we're seeing a large influx of migrants.
And he was there with the El Paso Port Director, Ray Provencio, among many other CBP officers at the Bridge of the Americas. This was the moment you mentioned a moment ago, looking into that the scanner, the truck at that site. I also noticed that when we tried to listen in a little bit there, we had a brief moment where we could kind of faintly hear what they were saying. It looked like when he was got as close as he could get to one of the canine units there, there was a little bit of a light moment there because, of course, the Bidens have an affinity for dogs, have a couple of dogs, and at the White House, or they were at the White House at one point. One of them, I think, got kicked out. Yeah. But there was a little bit of a light moment there as well. And you know what? There are, as you'll see in some of this video, maybe not in this exact moment, but just moments after this demonstration, there were a lot of handshakes and smiles, and it does make for a little bit. So there are some light moments. However, the visit itself is one of very serious nature.
Right. We want to remind you, download the KVIU News app, get breaking news alerts sent directly to your phone as we continue to track President Biden's visit in El Paso, and we will be right back. Welcome back to ABC 7 special coverage of President Joe Biden's first official visit to El Paso. He is responding to the ongoing migrant crisis, already stopped at the Bridge of the Americas, as we showed you before the break. He was at the tarmac and he visited with Mayor Oscar Leeser. He also met with County Judge Ricardo Samaniego and also spoke at length to Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican, and where we were able to see him hand him a letter, and he spoke extensively. Also, Abbott spoke extensively to ABC 7 and the media about their conversation and that letter as well. We're taking a look now at his tour of El Paso. So as you can see, the first dot at the top, El Paso International Airport, he made his way down to the Bridge of the Americas, and he is now making his way to the El Paso County Migrant Services Center, which is on Montana, close to the airport. It's in East Central El Paso, but that's what's interesting, Eric, is that we've really been speculating, if you will, how his path is in getting to the processing center, the services center, because we are seeing our TxDOT traffic cameras on Loop 375 in Fonseca, the one I can see right now, where there is absolutely no traffic at this point. So this is a live look at this. And we're getting also, like you mentioned, emails from viewers saying that they are unable to get through the area because of traffic. We also had a crew, or Carrie Mannix and Tom Scott were at the Bridge of the Americas, where they were saying that the streets, Paisano and the streets around
Paisano
the processing
and
center
we're just
were
getting word
closed.
that that's blocked off right now. Paisano and Executive, so that's on the west side. Whether or not he makes that drive around and look along the border wall, or if, I mean, there's also, people are wondering, you know, Will there be that, a lot of people don't want to call it a photo op though, but a photo op where he's actually out of a vehicle near the border wall at somewhere? Again, that has not been part of the detail. They're very limited in the information that they provide the media. All they said was touchdown at 12:45. Press availability, that did not happen outside of Air Force One. Then Bridge of the Americas, El Paso County Migrant Processing Center, takeoff 3:45. That was it. So right now we kind of just go play by play with what the pool is doing, the notes that come from the pool, the video that comes from the pool, but we still haven't had eyes on the president. We're just getting the pool camera now. Okay, so this is a drive along the border highway. You see the trains there, so I imagine this is somewhere around downtown.
Right, by the bridge, the Santa Fe Bridge in downtown El Paso, which would explain why the executive area was closed off.
Everything was blocked off there, yeah. Apologize for the shaky video. This is a pool camera. This is not an ABC7 camera. This is the White House press pool. And of course, service can be a little spotty as you are pretty much almost in Mexico on parts of the border highway there. And so I know for a lot of folks, if you've been around the UTEP area, you may notice your cell phone switch over to Telcel as opposed to service here. So we're going to follow this just to see what visuals we get. Just understand that it may be a little shaky. It may dip to black as we just saw a moment ago. But it looks like we've lost that signal. We'll continue to keep our eyes on and bring it to you. But where we expect him to be heading is where ABC7's Rosemary Montañez is joining us live from the El Paso County Migrant Services Center. Rosemary, I know you've been waiting patiently for the president to arrive. It does seem as though the motorcade has made a few, at least, trips around different parts of El Paso that are not detailed in terms of the information that we receive. So you have to keep waiting patiently there for the president to arrive.
Yeah, we certainly are waiting here. My photographer and I and a few other members of the media, as well as law enforcement officials. We heard a few sirens a few minutes ago. We thought that was the president pulling up. As we know, he's not here just yet. I want to give you a view, though, of the roof of this county services center. You can actually see there are agents on top of this roof. It's incredible. We're all just kind of waiting around. The four corners of this building have been, surrounded by law enforcement officials. All of us are kind of waiting to see when the president is going to show up. Also, I don't know if my photographer can show you that white tent. They're kind of opening it up. Earlier it was closed off, but now they're kind of opening it up. But again, we're waiting for the president to show up here. As I mentioned earlier a few minutes ago, there was a lot of officials from the NGOs who also showed up here. So we know the president is going to be meeting with several people who are aware of the situation, who know firsthand what it has been like. But once again, it's a very active scene out here. We're just waiting for the president to come on by at any moment. He is expected to depart El Paso at 3:45. My clock says 3:05. So we know, he's still not here yet. We don't know how long that meeting is going to be with officials. But once again, we're all just on standby, trying to see when he is going to get here, see if we can even get a glance of him, depending on where we are standing. But guys, we're going to be waiting here until the moment he gets here and after. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Rosemary, thank you. And looking at those Sun Metro buses, we know that Sun Metro buses have been used as warming stations during the coldest nights for migrants as they were being dropped off in downtown El Paso. Not quite sure why the Sun Metro buses are there. We can only speculate, but we do know that that's the purpose of some of the Sun Metro buses, their role in the migrant response over the last few months. And again, we can see the roads in that area are blocked off, and we showed you the live look from the pool camera of the press corps following the motorcade as it was making its way down Loop 375 along the border highway underneath the Santa Fe Bridge in downtown El Paso. So getting a look at the area, don't know if you could actually see into the riverbed area, but that is where so many migrants were congregating and trying to cross, make entry into the United States in that area. At this point, we also understand that Loop 375 and Executive are still blocked off. So imagine the swath of roads. If you're planning on venturing out of your home today, listen up, because they are blocking off Loop 375 from Executive. And Rosemary, this live shot where she is right now, that is at the El Paso County Migrant Services Center at Montana, close to Hawkins. So this entire area of traffic. A lot of the roads in that area are going to be blocked off. You're going to encounter closed roads or heavy traffic as the president makes his way from downtown El Paso, where we saw him moments ago, to East Central El Paso to visit with the employees and the staff at the Migrant Services Center. And I want to send things over to Eric. Eric, you were tracking at our touch screen.
Yeah, Stephanie, obviously we've been bringing you extensive coverage here on ABC7 since 12:30 this afternoon, right as Air Force One was taxiing on the El Paso International Airport runway, ultimately coming to a stop, and then President Biden deplaning, meeting up with Governor Greg Abbott right at the foot of the steps, and then eventually meeting El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser, El Paso County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, as well as Veronica Escobar on the flight on Air Force One coming down. Bishop Mark Seitz was there of the El Paso Catholic Diocese as well. So we've been bringing you that since 12:30, approaching more than 2.5 hours now on the air with you for this presidential visit to El Paso. Also, not just on the air, but online, KVI.com. You can see this is going to be several of me there, but this is our live stream, so if you have to step away from the TV, you can watch it live on KVI.com, the KVI News app. We have several links to the president's visit and constantly updating stories here on KVI.com as our coverage continues throughout the day. This is the moment that President Biden arrived for the first time as President of the United States here in El Paso, and there you can see him stepping down the steps with Veronica Escobar right behind him, the El Paso Congresswoman. Roman, we also have all of our stories here in our coverage are Biden on the border. This is a live blog of everything that's been happening over the last several hours. This is a little bit behind the scenes, too, what it looks like as the media stage is set up, waiting at the airport for Air Force One to land at the El Paso International Airport. And we had an extensive interview there between ABC7 Soul Signs on the tarmac with Governor Greg Abbott, asking him about what he did and what he spoke about with President Biden. They had a conversation for probably about 2 minutes or so, give or take, and there was actually a piece of paper that was handed by Governor Greg Abbott to President Biden. What was that piece of paper? It was actually this. It was this letter that Governor Abbott has now put on his Twitter page. This is the exact letter that is addressed to the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States. Dear President Biden, he references your visit to our southern border with Mexico today is $20 billion too little and 2 years too late. That was something that he had reiterated and said to our ABC7 Soul Signs on a number of occasions. And then he also pointed out this five-point plan. My apologies there. Let me bring that back up. This 5-point plan that you see in the 5 bullet points in terms of what he says. Governor Greg Abbott says President Biden can do right now with the existing laws that are in place to help stem the flow of migration and fix what he describes as an open border. Biden's open border is what you commonly hear him refer to. And you can see through these bullet points, he says you must comply with the many statutes mandating that various categories, and he used the word aliens, shall be detained and end the practice of unlawfully paroling them en masse. You must stop sandbagging the implementation of Remain in Mexico policy and Title 42 expulsions, fully enforce those measures as the federal courts have ordered you to do. You must aggressively prosecute illegal entry between ports of entry and allow ICE to remove illegal immigrants in accordance with the existing federal laws. He says you must also resume construction of the border wall in the state of Texas, and you must designate the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. But it really was an incredible moment seeing President Biden, right as he stepped off that last step, coming off of Air Force One, being the first person he was greeted by was Governor Greg Abbott. And of course, those two have not seen eye to eye in any of this, and specifically with, you haven't heard as much from President Biden in terms of what he directs towards Governor Greg Abbott, maybe a comment or two here or there, but you've definitely seen a lot of the comments from Greg Abbott, the governor, doesn't mince words when he's talking about what he says are President Biden's failures. He says Texas is paying the price of President Biden's inaction. We are taking unprecedented action to protect our state. And the last tweet he had sent out before the president's arrival, and the thing that was at the top of his Twitter page in the moment that he shook hands with the president and handed him that letter, was this, the video of him on Fox News saying President Biden's border visit today is to a sanitized version of El Paso. He has no plans to enforce federal immigration laws. Biden's plan will only entice more illegal crossings. Texas will continue our historic border mission to protect our state. So it really wasn't one of those moments, intense moments, that if you could say, here on the ground in El Paso, happening between the Texas governor and the president of the United States, meeting right in front of each other, right in front for everyone to see, talking about what is one of the bigger issues, not just here in El Paso, but across our country right now. And as former El Paso Mayor DeMargo has been joining us throughout this as well, has said, it's been a problem for the last several decades. It's not something that's just been over the last couple of months, over the last couple of years, but over the last couple of decades. So that's what's happening here on Governor Abbott's page. And again, all of this information and stories, we're continuing to update the live blog about the president's movements here on KVI.com. We have all that coverage for you on KVI.com. The KVI News app, which you can download, we're sending alerts directly to your phone as well. All of that there available to you in addition to the coverage we're bringing you here, Stephanie.
All right, Eric. And also, like you mentioned, we are hearing from Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican here in Texas. We're also hearing from Republican U.S. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. He's criticizing President Biden's visit to the borderland. Here is a statement from him in part saying if President Biden seriously wants to address the crisis his administration created, he needs to visit McAllen, Eagle Pass, Del Rio, and Laredo and talk to the communities ravaged by crime, the ranchers who find bodies on their land, the Border Patrol who are overwhelmed, and the families who have lost loved ones due to cross-border drug trafficking. He adds that the president should, quote, reverse his failed policies and secure the border. So again, this is what we've been discussing throughout the afternoon here, is that we have an issue that is affecting humans, and you have political aspects of this conversation rearing up on both sides. So again, this is something that while the president has been asked by both sides to be here, he is also being lambasted for being here and not going to the places that certain people think he should see.
The next place he's expected to see is the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center. We are still waiting on eyes of him actually arriving at the processing center. We're going to step aside, take a quick break, come right back, and at that point we should expect to see the president any moment now stepping foot into the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center on Montana. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our special coverage of the president's visit here to El Paso. Now been on the ground for almost 3 hours. He arrived just before 12:30 this afternoon to respond to and address the ongoing migrant crisis. He touched down just before 12:30. We saw him get off the plane just after 12:30 initially. Shook hands, met with Governor Greg Abbott at the foot of the steps of the Air Force One. And then also El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser, County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, Bishop Mark Seitz. And then he went in the motorcade and made his way to Bridge of the Americas, which is where he spent quite an extensive amount of time, I think more than we anticipated he would, because we are still awaiting his arrival to the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center. And those were the only 2 locations on the schedule that he was supposed to stop at. And we're getting word that the motorcade is making its way now to the County Migrant Processing Center. So here at 3:18 now, just inside of 30 minutes of when Air Force One is supposed to take off on the schedule from El Paso at 3:45 before he heads to Mexico City. It makes you wonder and scratch your head if he's going to be here a little bit longer than 3:45.
Right, and we're hearing that from Rosemary Montañez. I don't know if we can get Rosemary as she is live at the Migrant Processing Center. This is the pool camera. You can see them driving up, trying to get a sense of where this is exactly. It's hard to say because the camera's jostling around a bit, but again,
it's in the car right now.
That looks okay. So now this is a look at the motorcade. This is our live look.
This is from our camera, yeah.
Yes, this is on Montana. They're turning into that services center on Montana, which is between Hawkins and Airway, very close to the airport. And again, this is the motorcade driving up to stop at this migrant services center this afternoon and hopefully get a sense at least of the other aspect of the border. We saw a lot of border security, him looking at screening processes, but we're hoping to hear more about what he will learn at the Migrant Services Center.
And that was with CBP officers at the Bridge of the Americas, and something that we've been talking about with former El Paso Mayor Dee Margo, who's been joining us here throughout our coverage as well. He keeps telling us both on and off the air that he wants to see when President Biden will meet with, as he describes, the green suits, which are Border Patrol agents. And that's something that maybe happens here in this next stop, but we haven't really gotten a visual of that at this time. Yeah, we do have a list of who we met with.
It does say Peter Hawkins, and I don't know Peter. I knew Gloria, his predecessor.
Yeah, Gloria just departed not long ago.
So that if he is the acting sector chief, then he is meeting with, hearing from them, thankfully.
At least one, yeah.
Yeah, that happened at the Bridge of the Americas.
But all the demonstrations were the CBP officers at the Bridge of the Americas. So in terms of hearing from more than Peter Hawkins, the acting El Paso sector chief of Customs and Border Patrol chief, I should say, sector chief, I should say, we'll see who else he may be speaking with. But he's just arriving there again, and this is now 3:20, and he's scheduled to depart El Paso International Airport at 3:45.
Now, of course, he's not depending on a commercial airliner, so maybe he can leave a little later.
Air Force One can leave in a matter of minutes, and it certainly doesn't take much. He doesn't have to go through TSA pre-check. So
I guess what we're just wondering is how much time he's going to be giving himself to see what's happening at the Migrant Services Center when he spent a long time at the Bridge of the Americas looking at the screening processes, the border security.
And based on what we could tell, when we joined in with that pool camera a little bit earlier, I know it was a little bit shaky. The signal went out there for a moment, but it looked like he was driving along the border highway in the downtown area. So that would take him a little bit west of where the anticipated spots, because Bridge of the Americas obviously is not near
the
heart of where everything's happening in downtown El Paso and some of the ports there downtown. We do have ABC7's Dylan McKim outside of the Sacred Heart Church in Segundo Barrio. That is at the heart of where things are happening. But actually, let's get to Rosemary Montañez. She's got eyes on, I believe, the motorcade.
Yeah, the motorcade just touched down here. You can see just how many cars are lined up here at the Migrant Services Center. We saw the president and the president's vehicles at the very start of this motorcade. Just take a look at all of these vans that are outside of this migrant processing center. Just an overwhelming number of people that are going to be really meeting here. Officials are meeting here, and this line is really, I can't really see the end to where this line of cars ends. It just keeps going and going. But you're taking a look at a live look. The president just arrived at the Migrant Services Center right here, a few minutes away from the El Paso International Airport. I wasn't able to see the moment the president actually got out of his vehicle. They closed that tent back up, but we know he is here. yeah, there's a lot of things happening right now, but as I keep saying, there's a lot of people here. There's a long line of cars, really, and they're all, just waiting to meet with the president and see what's going to happen next. But for now, we're going to be waiting until we'll see what happens next. I'll send it back to you, Stephanie and Eric.
Okay, Rosemary, thank you. And again, you can see the motorcade arrive at the Migrant Services Center. This is near the airport. This is an operation that has, again, of many that has sprung up as we encounter an overwhelming number of migrants who are coming through El Paso to come to the United States. And again, this is the motorcade arriving. And the thing is, Eric, we were talking about this. We were getting information from the White House that the motorcade was going to take President Biden from the airport to the Bridge of the Americas to this processing facility, and that was going to take about 3 hours. But he stayed at the Bridge of the Americas to look at all of the screening processes that customs officers use, or that agents use, to screen vehicles coming into the United States. And then for a long time was sitting there. We just watched the motorcade sit for a while, and it was probably 20 minutes after that that had happened. And then we saw that they indeed went along Loop 375, along the border wall, under the Santa Fe Bridge, where we were seeing so much migrant activity, whether it be those temporary facilities that they had set up years ago to when people were camping out on the riverbanks along the Rio Grande, where the concertina wire has been erected by the state as everybody is trying to come up with how to process and handle migrants who are coming into the country. And now, again, looking at the motorcade arrive here on Montana, near Hawkins at the Migrant Services Center. This is near the airport, and presumably his final stop before heading to the airport.
I want to just take a step back from the reason he's here right now for a moment and bring in former El Paso Mayor DeMargo on this point too, because you can't overlook the amount of resources that are needed to make a presidential visit happen, regardless of the topic. It was just a few years ago when President Trump was here. I know I'm already getting a smirk out of you there. It was just a few years ago when President Trump came here initially in 2019, that was February, for a rally at the El Paso County Coliseum. And you and the city billed his campaign more than $500,000 for the amount of resources that were expended just to have him here. That bill is still to date, as far as we know, unpaid. That's another topic for another time. But the point being is there are extensive resources that need to be used for security and safety. And then, of course, when he came again after August 3rd, can you give us a sense of, and the reason why it popped into my mind again is here we just saw a few El Paso police officers standing on the street there, and of course we've seen the motorcycles and all the state troopers. We've seen the blockage of much of the border highway. What percentage, how much in the way of resources of El Paso Chief Greg Allen's police force is being exhausted today for this visit?
A lot. And I can't recall, quite candidly, whether Secret Service or the Treasury reimburses. I think they do to a certain extent. The February 2020.
That was a rally.
That was a rally. Actually, it was
for the campaign.
2019. It was 2019. Yeah, where I was called out, but we won't go there. That was political, and unfortunately, the city learned that while he paid the county for the use of the Coliseum, the city did not structure an agreement properly, and they've learned from that. We've learned from that. But people always say, why don't we sue? Why we did. We turned it over to a collection agency to go after it. So I don't know where they are on that. I'm not mayor anymore, but it was turned over to go after the campaign for collection.
Well, that's interesting then, because that was something that was a learning lesson. That was not done.
An expensive learning lesson.
Yeah, not done properly. So that's actually makes a little bit of news on that matter that we haven't really discussed before. But that is a difference between this visit and the visit after August 3rd, because those are, as you mentioned, Secret Service presidential visits. And I recall asking the city about expenses after that visit, and it is obviously a very different ballgame. We've got our first live look now of inside the processing center. I was going to say of the president, but I don't see him just yet. I see El Paso County Judge Ricardo Samaniego,
Oscar Leeser,
Henry Cuellar there, a congressman
and Oscar
Leeser there, and kind of a shadow there.
And that looks like
Estrella, his
Susan Goodell
assistant.
from El Paso.
That was something Rosemary had mentioned.
El Paso's Fighting Hunger.
Yeah, that is Susan Goodell, which speaks to the humanitarian side of this, because Stephanie, it was just the other day that you were out at El Paso's Fighting Hunger Food Bank, wrapping up a campaign that we were partnering with Albertsons, and they were talking about how much I believe that John Martin in the background there as well.
From Opportunity Center for the Homeless.
But you were there just the other day at the El Paso's Fighting Hunger Food Bank,
right?
Because they serve such a important role and purpose for our community day in and day out. But that is only exacerbated now by the migrant surge, because they're also providing meals for the migrants.
She was saying that they are making sandwiches and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and giving them to migrants. And it was interesting. There were so many things that came up, and I'll see if I can get through them. But first of all, she was saying it was specific what they had to give them in terms of they can't give them anything that can be heated or that needs to be heated. Can't give them anything that needs to be refrigerated because they can get sick. Yeah. So no deli meat, nothing that needs a can opener. So a simple peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Because you have to assume they have zero resources and it has to be there and ready. Yeah.
And also keep in mind that this is to them, to the food bank, this is not political at all. Their mission is to make sure that no one in El Paso is hungry or goes without food. So their goal when they see people on the streets is to try to provide food. And they are helping schools, they are helping students, they are helping homeless people, they are providing food to all of the shelters, and I'm not talking migrant shelters, I'm talking homeless shelters, food pantries. So they're doing a large effort to feed people who are in El Paso who are going without food, and the migrants are a part of that, albeit however big or small, but it is a part of the mission, the overall mission, to feed people, because I would imagine we talk about optics a lot. No one wants to see people dying of hunger on the streets of El Paso, whether they be people who are homeless in El Paso or people who are passing through El Paso.
Mayor Margar, you've been in a room like this waiting for the president to walk in. You've had time to think about what you want to say in these moments. How do you use that time, and how much time do you spend articulating the message that you want to get across?
It depends on how much time they allow you. When he came in after our August 3rd shooting, when President Trump came in, I initially thought we were going to have a briefing at the 9/11 Fusion Center, which we've been having every day since the shooting had occurred on that previous Saturday. And this was on a Wednesday, the Wednesday following. And he had changed the agenda and staff, and all he wanted to do was he and the First Lady meet all the first responders on the day of the event. And so we really didn't have a lot of time to talk. And I asked him, I had some things that I wanted to talk to him about El Paso. I was told by some friends in the U.S. Conference of Mayors, that other mayors, that if you got him one-on-one, you could get some things done. And I wanted to get some things done for El Paso. And so I told him, I said, Mr. President, since we're unable to have a direct conversation, could I call you next week? And he said, well, why don't you ride with me in the Beast to the tarmac, which I did. And so I covered some things, not only being able to talk about who we are, where we are, and what we're all about as a history dating back, as a region dating back to 1659, and understanding that the bulk of our population was on the south side of the Rio Grande until 1848 when Fort Bliss came, and the fact that we've been one region, one family for all intents and purposes for over 360 years, that I wanted him to understand that where we are and that we're 85% Hispanic, and we're a region of 2.7 million people in the largest U.S. city on the Mexican border, which is still confused today. It is not, as I mentioned off camera, the Austin American-Statesman had an article last week in which the author of that article, the writer, stipulated that we were the second largest city on the Mexican border. We are not. We are the largest.
Implying San Diego.
And implying that San Diego was, and it's 15 miles away. So we are the largest. We always have. We really ought to drive the whole immigration process from our area. You know, we're the 6th largest city in Texas, the 23rd largest city in the United States, and the largest U.S. city on the Mexican border.
And we're right smack in the middle of the U.S.
We are in the middle of it. We are where everything ought to emanate as far as the solution to the problem.
We're just getting some notes from the pool. because one of the things that had crossed my mind when they're driving along the border highway, albeit in the downtown section, we haven't had as many crossings there per se, but just outside of downtown, we've reported extensively on some of the dangerous crossings that have happened with migrants who enter illegally and run across the highway, and creates a very dangerous situation. The motorcade says that it arrived at the Migrant Aid Center at 3:19 this afternoon. This is the interesting line that I'm taking away from it. We still have not seen any migrants on our motorcade routes today. So they haven't seen any migrants. I mean, because there's the real possibility. Now, granted, I'm sure that the crackdown and the patrolling of any area that they're going to drive by is as extreme as it could be on a day like today. But at any moment, you could be encountering a situation where you have someone scaling the fence, crossing illegally, and right where the motorcade is coming through at that time. So the pool is confirming that they have not seen any migrants. So at this point on their motorcade route, President Biden has not seen any migrants.
But we also did get from the pool that he did walk with several members of the Border Patrol along the border wall that separates El Paso from Juarez. So he did walk along the border wall. So that is something that was not on the schedule that we understand did happen in that time when we weren't able to see anything on traffic cameras, when
and because the motorcade hasn't, because the pool hasn't seen it, doesn't mean that he hasn't. So I should clarify there that, especially if he's out there walking along the border, he may be seeing on the other side in Juarez what El Paso is facing.
Yeah, and this note says more to come. So we'll get more from the press pool that is riding with the president along the motorcade. What exactly happened in those moments that we weren't able to exactly see what was happening. We were just understanding that we were waiting for them to get to the migrant center. But as we wait for the president to enter the Migrant Services Center, we want to get to Dylan McKim because he's near the area where the president was maybe about 20 minutes ago in downtown El Paso. He's at Segundo Barrio. And Dylan, it's pretty busy where you are still.
Yeah, Stephanie, Eric, we've heard a lot from Republicans and protesters of President Biden today. In fact, behind me, you can kind of see the remnants of another protest that was happening, but these are actually immigration advocates. And we've heard a lot of immigration advocates the last couple of days who have voiced their criticism of President Biden's announcement of his new border policies. We even covered a march yesterday morning that happened in downtown with the Border Network for Human Rights. But just before you came out here live, guys, they were actually chanting here, doing some chants. They were saying, "Son alguien," they are somebody. They were talking about listing off countries where migrants were coming from: Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. And a lot of advocates are not fans of what President Biden has been doing with the parole process for Venezuelans, and now that President Biden has extended that parole process to Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Haitians. I actually spoke with Veronica Carvajal. She's an immigration advocate, and she actually ran for El Paso mayor back in 2020. And we just asked her about, what she thought of Biden's new policies and why she was not a fan of them. Take a listen to what she had to say.
To ask them to seek assistance while within their countries is simply not a practical solution. They are on the run. They're on the run. They're going through a number of countries trying to, get to the United States. And so that is why it's important to speak to the migrants themselves from different countries who have different realities, and to the advocates to really talk about a process that will actually work. There are many people in our community now who came in undetected who are in limbo. And they need to have some sort of space in order to make their claims and to try to adjust their status while they're here. They're on our land, and it is unfair to now deport them without thinking about the consequences of their lives. The fact is that Mexico is not a solution to this problem. The migrants are scared of the cartels in Mexico as well.
Now, if you remember, that parole process says that migrants, before they enter the United States, they have to apply for asylum online. In another country, they have to have a sponsor in the United States, and they have to have money. So instead of them actually coming through El Paso and going through that route of asylum, they're applying for it online, whether it's in their home country or while they're in Mexico, let's say, and then they're flying from those locations directly to where their sponsor is. Their sponsor may be anywhere in the country, but instead of going through El Paso where it's already congested, this is how they're trying to streamline this process. It started with Venezuelans back in October, and President Biden has now extended this program on Thursday to Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans. But you just heard there from Veronica that these migrants, they're on the run. They're on the run from their countries because most of them, they fear for their lives. That's why they're seeking asylum. That's why they're coming to the United States. And we also had a question of, are they aware of the parole process as they're making their way? I mean, sometimes it's weeks that they walk from their countries in South America, Central America, to the United States, up through Mexico. Are they aware of the process? Because if they do come here and they cross illegally, President Biden's administration just made it clear that if you are crossing illegally, they will deport you and expedite the deportation, and you will be banned from re-entering the country for 5 years. That was part of the policy changes he made on Thursday. I told you guys earlier today, we have been talking with migrants along Father Ram here. Some are from Venezuela, and they told us they did not have the asylum papers, that they crossed here undetected, they crossed illegally, and they are looking for the asylum papers. We asked them, were they aware of the parole process? A group of men told us they were aware of the parole process, but they were at that time living on the streets of Mexico. They didn't have any money. They didn't know anyone in the United States, and they'd rather take their chances crossing here. And right now they are living here on Father Ram, here in downtown El Paso, outside of Sacred Heart. So, of course, now this Venezuelan program is going to expand to different countries. Now we have a total of 4 countries that the migrants fall under. And immigration advocates, they critique this move by President Biden. And that's what we've been seeing here today. And we're going to continue to be out here and to talk to migrants. I mean, it seems like it's kind of cleared out. We have a lot of migrants kind of just standing around here right now, but a lot of people are just waiting. Some do have their asylum papers out here, but they don't have the money to go to their next location. We will be out here, and at 4:30, we actually will be at a news conference with Veronica Escobar, with city leaders and county leaders like Ricardo Samaniego, and we will hear from them about their visit with President Biden, and if there's any new developments, if there's next steps from what this visit has become. So we'll send things back to you guys right now. We're still out here monitoring the situation and bringing you live updates as we learn them. But for now, reporting live in downtown, Dylan McKim, ABC 7.
All right. Dylan, thank you. One other note from the pool here that is new information that we haven't heard yet. They were able to ask the president a question at one point, a little after 3 o'clock this afternoon, asking if the president had read the letter from Governor Abbott that was handed to him yet and at the airport. And he pulled it out of his pocket to show the pool, but he said that he had not yet read the letter from Governor Greg Abbott.
And Greg Abbott also telling our reporter Saul Saenz, who was on the tarmac, he said that he had not gotten a call from the president as well regarding the migrant crisis. Now, this is a live look inside the Migrant Services Center. You can see Joe Biden with his back to us talking to John Martin. He is the head of the Opportunity Center for the Homeless, which is a long-standing homeless shelter in El Paso that has now lately been tasked with housing migrants who are coming into the country. And John Martin will join us live in studio at 5 p.m., so be sure to stay tuned. We will definitely ask him about this conversation that we are not close enough to get the audio of, but we will want to know what exactly it is that he is telling the president that he feels is pertinent information for him to know. Also, we can see that President Biden moving down the line, talking to other people at this migrant support center that the county has set up. Earlier, we saw that we saw several people with the food bank. We also saw the county judge, Ricardo Samaniego, as well as El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser. They've been riding along the motorcade with the president, and now he's inside this migrant support center. And this is the final stop that we have been made aware of by the White House of his tour of El Paso. He's going again down the line. This is the Salvation Army that he is speaking to. They've also been instrumental in addressing the migrant crisis, providing food and other services to migrants in the area. Again, this is the final stop on his scheduled tour of El Paso. Between the Bridge of the Americas tour, where he got a look at border security measures being implemented by CBP, he did go along the border wall, took a drive. That was not. We were not made aware of that. Doesn't mean that it wasn't planned. It just the media here in El Paso was not made aware that that was going to happen. But we did see all of the roads on Route 375, all access to Executive, being blocked off as he was able to tour. And there you see Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, a Democrat of El Paso, joining the president on this tour of the Migrant Services Center and stopping for a photo. But in the meantime, yes, he did go along the border wall. We did see some notes that he was walking and talking with Border Patrol agents along the wall. It's something that we were not sure was going to happen. But is there a way that we can hear what's being said? Do we have an audio microphone in that facility?
This is the pool camera, so I'm
this is
not
the pool
sure
camera?
if we can hear anything. There is
Okay,
no audio
no
on
audio.
this one. I did want to, one thing you mentioned, John Martin scheduled to come on here at ABC 7 at 5. I think we should say at this point that he's scheduled to come on ABC
Right.
7 at 5, but it is now 3:42. The president was scheduled to take off from El Paso International Airport at 3:45, 3 minutes from now, less than 3 minutes from now. So clearly now we can confidently say that the president will be here beyond his initial intended schedule. We had also mentioned the unannounced stop at the wall along the U.S.-Mexico border this afternoon. One of the pool feeds reporting to us that no evidence of any migrants were in view of the president or the pool. So it wasn't just the pool that didn't see migrants. Even though they were along the wall, there were no migrants in view of the president. The area on the immediate Juarez side of the wall filled with heavy brush and trees. Secretary Mayorkas and other officials have joined POTUS and Border Patrol officials in the discussion along the border fence, near the fence. At one point, POTUS put his arm around Representative Cuellar and smiled. It looks like we are getting a little bit of audio now, so we could listen in here for a moment, although it looks like they're just discussing...
It looks like they were looking at some food items
yeah,
that are
those food.
given to migrants in that area.
Further south Texas. So this is, Mr. President, one of the areas that's easiest to cross because the Rio Grande really does not have a whole lot of water.
And I'm
So
wondering
it's-
if that's an
it's,
audio
it's
delay,
become
because you can see him
Right.
speaking right now.
That was when she was talking to him a moment ago, so there's
Right.
a delay on the audio.
Yes, but they are talking about why El Paso has been the epicenter of the migrant influx because of our position along the Rio Grande.
Saying it's one of the easiest points to cross.
Right.
And yeah, that makes sense when you think about just how rugged the terrain gets. If you go immediately west or east of El Paso along the Texas or New Mexico border, you get into some really dangerous areas, and that's where we've reported on a lot of migrant deaths.
And that's what, to DeMargo's point, you're on camera, by the way, but to his point earlier that we are the largest city along the border of the United States and Mexico because there are two cities divided by a wall and a river. And that is so unique to the United States, to the southern border. Nothing like it. The closest you get is San Diego, and that's still, miles away from Tijuana. So again, this is why El Paso is where it is in terms of the migrant situation that we are currently seeing, and also why the president is here talking about what El Paso and the resources within are doing to address the migrant crisis.
So just in terms of this unannounced stop, these are some of the details we're getting from ABC. That there was that unannounced stop along the U.S.-Mexico border, walking along it briefly, speaking to the press. He was there for about 27 minutes. According to pool reporters traveling with him, he told them the government would provide every resource needed at the border. He also said he had not read Governor Abbott's letter yet. We were supposed to see video of this, but they did not feed it live, and then there was a signal breakup. So that's not surprising. We've had that issue along the U.S.-Mexico border. That there can be signal issues, so that hence the
chronic.
delay there. But we should be getting video at some point shortly of his time there along the border wall. But it is interesting again to point out that according to the pool and all reports, they're saying that there were no visible migrants from where he was along the U.S.-Mexico border, which is then, of course, going to trigger more questions, I would imagine, about the quote-unquote cleanup of the area, whether it be the Greyhound bus station downtown or maybe even on the other side of the border, ensuring that the banks of the Rio there don't have any of those impromptu encampments that we've seen as people wait in Mexico to come into El Paso.
I do know the city hasn't changed anything. They didn't do any upgrade in cleanup of any type.
Right.
They do. It was they've done. I think they do it 3 times a day or something. It's their normal operating. So there was nothing special done by the city prior to the president's visit.
Right. And that's important to clarify because that drives into the political talking
no, there was
points.
nothing standard operating procedure for the city.
What we're seeing right now, what we were seeing earlier, rather, the live look inside the Migrant Services Center, this goes back to the theme of the visit, which is the humanitarian approach to handling the migrant crisis. You're seeing how the shelters in El Paso, the food bank in El Paso, and the Salvation Army are stepping up to provide needed resources to migrants who are coming in, many seeking asylum, some, as Dylan reported, some are not documented. They have made their way across the border illegally and have not sought documentation to be in the United States. So, but either way, the people who are going to the Migrant Services Center, they're talking about how they're providing food and resources to get the people who are seeking asylum to the parts of the country where they do presumably have family and other sources of help and revenue where they can get to where they need to go as they wait to be processed into the United States.
He was also asked about the situation in Brazil. That was part of the pool feed,
Right.
And they're talking about supporters of the far right, former president invading the country's Congress. So it's even when you're on the border talking about migration, you're getting questions about all the other happenings of the world
Right.
and what's going on thousands of miles away in Brazil. Of course, I mean, that could ultimately drive people to want to come to the U.S. And eventually we could be seeing a flow of Brazilians.
I understand we have seen a significant
flow.
flow.
I know in the past we've reported on that. So it's not connected, but it is connected at the same time. But it speaks to when you're the president of the United States, you get asked a lot of questions about a lot of different things on a daily basis, every minute of every day. And even when you're here on the ground talking about migration, you're still getting questions about other things that are happening.
Right, and it goes to your point, like you were saying, it could eventually affect El Paso. We do have Rosemary Montañez, who has been at the Migrant Services Center all day practically. And Rosemary, what can you tell us about what you're seeing? And we were getting a glimpse inside. I know you're outside, but tell us what it's been like and what you've been able to witness.
I mean, everything has kind of been really quick, Stephanie and Eric. Now it looks like they're wrapping things up. A lot of people that were inside have now gone outside. A lot of these vehicles are kind of leaving the area. But really, I mean, it looks like they closed things up. As you mentioned, we're not able to see, what's happening inside, but it looks like things have wrapped up for the moment. Once again, let's talk a little bit about what President Biden came to. He came to this migrant processing center of the county that they set up back in September. Up to 600 migrants were processed here daily. And really the migrants who came to this center were those who had money. They had sponsors. They had a place to go. A lot of the ones that I talked to back in September and October said that they were treated fairly well at this center. And this is exactly where President Joe Biden came here today to meet with those officials, meeting here at a place where migrants have been going in and out. But once again, it looks like everything has been wrapped up for the day. And now, it looks like they're kind of leaving the area. That helicopter is still circling the area above us. But still, there's still lots of vehicles on this scene. But for now, it looks like it's kind of, over here for the day. It's ended here. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Rosemary, thank you. And again, this is the final scheduled stop for President Joe Biden in his first visit to El Paso since he took office January 20th of 2021. That was already well into the surge of migrants that we were seeing coming into the United States, mainly through El Paso. We did, of course, see the surge at Eagle Pass and McAllen and other parts of Texas. But El Paso, in this rotation since March of 2019, as we have seen, or May of 2019, we have seen an increased flow. This is new video. Or rather, this is, I'm sorry, I know, this is with, as you were calling them, the green suits, speaking with agents, Border Patrol agents, about what they're seeing every day as people are attempting entry into the United States across or through the ports, between the ports of entry, through the border wall, over the border wall. Again, this is presumably by the Santa Fe Bridge and by executive, because we understand that the motorcade and Secret Service and other law enforcement had blocked Loop 375 all the way to Executive. You can see the mountain. It
is
looks
that
like
Crystal Ray
in the background. So they were blocking off traffic all the way to Executive, and this looks like it is part of the border right there.
Oh, there you get the sense. Yeah.
You can get a better sense of where we are, but this looks like it's by Sunland Park, and he was talking with agents. Again, an unannounced stop along the border wall, talking with the people who are on the ground every day, seeing people coming through the port or through the wall, through the border. Either they're requesting asylum or they are just attempting entry illegally into the United States. These are the people who are seeing it firsthand every single day. And he spoke with them, from what we're getting from the pool, for about 27 minutes. So that's probably the longest stop, other than the Bridge of the Americas, that he made, even longer than the Migrant Services Center, speaking with agents. And it looks like and you can see it, he's alone. He doesn't have any representatives, no one from Secret Service. He is talking one-on-one with a handful of agents about what they're seeing. And so we hope to get a better idea of what was said in the hours past this moment, what was discussed and what they were able to impress upon him, the needs that we're seeing here in El Paso.
But I imagine, Mayor Margo, this is what, from the right, you'll hear is the photo op. This is President Biden along the border wall talking to agents. Ultimately, what it comes down to is what happens after this visit. What substantive actions come of this visit? I would imagine that is, and there's DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas in the foreground there, but that ultimately is at the core of what we're talking about this afternoon, Mayor Margo.
Well, I won't be so hardcore on the other side. I think this is good. The question I would have is, what did the agents tell him? How candid were they? Did they express their needs? Did they talk about the situation, the number that they have to encounter, the fact that they're spending more time on processing than they are with guarding the border? Ad infinitum, a number of things.
And it is now 3:53. Again, this is not live. This was video from earlier when he did make that unannounced stop at the border wall. And you can see the rest of the delegation that has been following him is there, joining him. You can see UTEP off in the background there.
Old Fort Bliss.
Okay, and that explains why Loop 370, Border West Expressway, was blocked off the way it was, and we were seeing the lack of traffic there. So this is the pool camera feed from earlier when the signal was breaking up and they were trying to feed some of this video back. So this was for 27 minutes, a little bit earlier, and now the president is finishing up his visit at the El Paso County Migrant Processing Center. He was supposed to take off and leave El Paso at 3:45, 9 minutes ago. So he arrived about 15 minutes, a little more than 15 minutes early, 20 minutes early, and it looks like he will be departing at least several minutes late. So the total visit time here in El Paso, more than 3 hours. But that is what a lot of people have been clamoring for, whether it be Democrats, Republicans, you name it. Visit the border. There it is on your screen here in El Paso, the President of the United States visiting the border. And you can see some other law enforcement on the other side of the fence there. On the Juarez side, that might still be on this side of the Rio, though, so that might be, it's a little difficult to make out exactly who that is, but that might be other Secret Service or Border Patrol agents in the background there. But this is what people have been asking for, and ultimately the pool tells us that they were at such a distance that they could not make out what was being discussed here, to Mayor Margo's point about what was he told, what did agents tell him, how much did they tell him in terms of the severity and the reality of what is going on, and the significance of what is going on. But the pool did note that they were at such a distance, they could only explain that he was wearing the aviators, no tie, the jacket. They could explain what he looked like and who he was speaking with, but they could not discern what he was actually saying in the conversations that were being had. So the people to ask are Border Patrol agents. El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser there with those back to us in this shot right here. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Those are the people who are in the know of what was discussed in this conversation happening right here just within the last hour or so as the president made that unannounced stop to the border wall.
Yeah, we saw 5 agents speaking alone with President Biden. And what we could see in that video was, and you could see him with his arm around someone here, but
Henry Cuellar, they actually noted that moment too, that he put his arm around him.
Oh, okay. So yes, Henry Cuellar from Laredo, who is a moderate Democrat, who is someone who is often critical of policies that affect his area of the border. But again, that was a very interesting moment to see the president without any Secret Service agents, no one nearby from his administration. He was alone with 5 Border Patrol agents, and he was listening. He was doing the listening. They were speaking. And so you just have to wonder, who were the agents? How were they selected? What did they tell him? And how much were they able to get across to him the situation that they are witnessing every single day? And that has, as we've been showing you every day in our reporting, but especially, Eric, you're standing in front of it today, the sheer number of migrant encounters that the El Paso sector agents are seeing year to date. It's already over, in just the El Paso sector alone, it's over like 100,000 or 160,000, and that's a quarter of what agents across the U.S.-Mexico border have seen just year to date. So you're talking about since October. So again, just going back to the point of what is it that they were able to tell him, and how much of that will resonate with the president as he is halfway through his term.
And it was moments after this when the press pool was able to shout out a couple of questions and got a few responses, and that was this was the moment that they were saying that there were no migrants visible. So now just some shrubs and trees, and this kind of makes sense along the west side there near the UTEP area, that you don't have as many of those encampments that we saw compared to what we saw downtown in that area. So they said that that was mentioned, and then this is where they were also shouting out the question if he had read the letter yet from Governor Greg Abbott. And I'm not sure if we'll have video of the moment here coming up as this plays out when he gets closer to the press. But the moment when he pulls the letter out from inside his jacket and holds it up, but did acknowledge that he said he had not read it yet at this time. And obviously it's been a very jam-packed schedule over the last 3.5 hours now. I mean, we're approaching 4 o'clock here, and Air Force One is still on the ground at El Paso International Airport. It was scheduled to take off at 3:45. He does not head back to Washington after this. He heads to Mexico City for a summit on this very topic with the Mexican president as well as the Prime Minister of Canada, with 3 nations coming together, leaders coming together to discuss what's happening. So it'll be interesting to see not only what the agents in this moment, these Border Patrol agents, told President Biden, and what CBP officers told him, and what Bishop Mark Seitz told him, and what El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser, County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, he's going to be taking all of this information as part of what he then brings, I would imagine, to the summit in Mexico City. So think about that. Well, the discussions that are happening here in El Paso just hours ahead of a summit amongst 3 leaders of 3 different nations, and the importance of the moment right now that El Paso is playing in not just the national landscape, but the global landscape.
And again, this is a recorded video. This is not live. This was, like you mentioned, it was about 30 minutes ago. He had left the processing center and made his way down to the border wall to see the border for himself. And it's a, as a part of the border, it is a very unique look, because you can get a look at New Mexico, you can get a look at Mexico, and you can look at Texas. So it is if anything, it is a very interesting part of the border, a unique aspect that you don't always get.
And there's another one-on-one moment with El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser. So that is something we'll certainly have to ask him about, what was being discussed in these moments. Obviously, there's some laughter here, so it's they're talking about serious stuff, but they're also having some moments here. I'm not sure if the audio will pick up here at some point, and when the press pool shouts out their questions, but I think we kind of already know what the Q&A back and forth is based off of the press pool reports that we've gotten. But I'm kind of waiting to see if we have that moment where he pulls out the letter from Governor Greg Abbott.
Again, going back to the pool report, he told them the government would provide every resource needed at the border.
Moment. There's the letter.
Let's get them. Okay, guys, we're loading.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Brad. Thank you, right there. Guys, watch your mind. Watch your mind.
So, of course, very limited, but we did see that moment where he pulled out the letter from Governor Greg Abbott from his jacket pocket. And the question was, have you read it yet? And the answer, according to the press pool from President Biden, was no.
And, of course, Abbott told our reporter Saul Saenz earlier that he had not gotten a call from from President Biden on how to address the crisis. But as we've been saying, and just real briefly want to bring you back in here, D'Amarco, former mayor of El Paso, you worked in the legislature. You were a Republican among Democrats in a Republican-led state legislature, but you also were mayor for a very long time of El Paso. And so just talking about what it takes to come to some sort of agreement or be able to get differing views to the table, to be able to come to a solution.
Well, you need to have the right people at the table to begin with, and hope you're appealing to pragmatists and people who want to get something done and aren't there just for political grandstanding. But I think it's important that he saw the border. I think it's important that he saw what it looks like and how close we are to the border. The fact that Mexico and New Mexico are right next door. Very few understand that. Very few in the Texas legislature understood that. And when I served, I was told that something like 60 or 70% of the House of Representatives had never even been to El Paso. So I think this is good, irrespective of how the political pundits want to spin this. The fact that he stood there and he saw, and you had Cristo Rey in the background, and what it gives you an idea of what we deal with. Now, granted, it would have been better if he could have seen some of the migrants coming across. As in 19, when we were doing interviews down at the border, when I was mayor, and I'd be interviewed by a reporter from the East Coast, you'd see the migrants coming over. They just kept coming over, and they'd film them right there. But some of this may be sanitized because he's here, and changes with Mexico, and the fact that he's on his way to going to Mexico. Some of it may be stopped. We may hear about this later. I don't know. But the point was, he saw how close we are and what we have to deal with on a daily basis.
Right. You're not talking about a lot of desert between El Paso and Juarez. You're talking about people are coming through one city to get to another city. And speaking of people getting into El Paso to get into the United States, Eric, you have a look at the numbers of what we have been witnessing over the last several years.
Yeah, they're astronomical. That's what's at the crux of why the President of the United States is here right now in El Paso for this 3+ hour visit, going on almost 4 hours now. What we're about to show you are the number of encounters CBP and Border Patrol have had with migrants along the entire border during the past few fiscal years. Those, now what are fiscal years? Those run from October to September for CBP. So that's why you see October all the way here to September. We're going to start with 2020, and the total number of encounters, 458,000. Sounds like a lot, but let's bring up 2021 now. That number is going to skyrocket now in green up to 1.7 million. It gets bigger. 2022, 2.3 million is now the total here for 2022, and you can see just how much higher that line is compared to this line from just a couple of years ago. And we're only in a couple months. We only have data from the first couple of months of the fiscal year for 2023 of October, November. It's just this little red tick here up in the top right corner, but that total already is right here, this 465,000. And again, important to note so far, because that's just in the first couple of months. That's just October, November. So we still have all of December, which we've seen on your TV screen. We don't have the exact data yet because that has not been released yet. And then, of course, whatever's happened here so far in January. So the pace here, I mean, really just put that into perspective. You've got 465,000 here for the year 2023 over the course of 2 months, 458,000 for the entire year of 2020. I mean, that you've already exceeded what you had for an entire year in just 2 months. So what comes from here? Well, that question remains unanswered because there are a lot of things at play that could change. Lifting of Title 42 could make these numbers go up more. What happens to immigration policy from here, if anything? There are a lot of things that are still at play. And of course, we saw so many migrants coming through in the month of December. So that number, I wouldn't be surprised if it's already closer to 700,000+, because we just seem to be breaking records, monthly records, month after month during this latest surge. And what we saw, of course, through the month of December, with as many migrants as we saw in the streets of downtown El Paso, whether it be by the Greyhound bus station, Sacred Heart Church, which is what we're still seeing today, those are sites that we hadn't seen for a couple of years. And to put that into perspective, it's just pure speculation at this point. We'll get those numbers soon. As soon as we do, we will bring them to you. But this number says everything. 465 compared to 458,000 for an entire year. That's just 2 months. 10 more months still to go. So obviously that is why the President of the United States is here in El Paso now for the better part of going on close to 4 hours. He was scheduled to depart El Paso International Airport at 3:45. It is now 4:06, and he's still on the ground here. So we are continuing to bring you this coverage throughout. But Stephanie, I think these numbers are obviously just so telling.
They really are, Eric. I mean, we were talking about this being a dire situation in terms of resources 3 years ago, and now we're seeing that it's far surpassed where we were. But also we want to take a look downtown near the Greyhound bus station, how differently it looks now compared to just a month ago. We have a look at downtown El Paso in late December. And as you remember, this was a very cold time of in El Paso. Migrants were sleeping on the sidewalks. You could see some of them in the warming centers and the Sun Metro buses, crowding the streets near the bus station, the Greyhound bus station. Families were trying to stay together, they were telling us. They were opting to sleep on the streets as they were waiting for their family members to be processed. That happened because also the shelters were running out of space. This is how it looks today. This area was cleaned up. Most of the migrants were moved. We were talking about sweeps. We were talking about CBP sweeps. We saw police gang activity units patrolling the areas over the last several days. We want to get also a look at the migrants near Sacred Heart Church, which is where we saw a lot of migrants congregating. This is how it looked a few days ago. People eating, sleeping on the streets, people using their sleeping bags and blankets, carrying their bags and whatever belongings they had. You could see there a lot of American Red Cross as donations of blankets. And again, this area, as we saw, Dylan McKim is out there. It is still very busy. A sizable crowd of migrants outside. We have video from today of people who have been gathering out there. Again, this is something that this has continued to be the scene out here outside of Sacred Heart Church. As from what Dylan told us, people, some of them are processed. They are seeking asylum officially. They have the CBP issued phone or the ICE issued phones where they can tell ICE where they are. But we understand from Dylan that a lot of them are undocumented immigrants who, because of what is happening at the border, were able to get in and kind of mix in with those who are lawfully seeking asylum in the United States. This is a photo from El Paso Matters. This is near the Greyhound bus station, where dozens of migrants, again, were sleeping outside for weeks, and then how it looked after the cleanup efforts in downtown El Paso. Again, this is just ahead of the president's visit, and we talked about the optics of this, and you have, people who are the opposite of Joe Biden's party saying that this is a cleanup and sanitation effort of what, so that he won't be able to see what's really happening, Eric.
We are just getting word that he has just left the migrant processing center and will be making his way back to the airport. So we anticipate the takeoff of Air Force One within the next few minutes, depending on how much longer it takes to get the motorcade there, ultimately get on the plane, close the door, and do the takeoff. But I want to give you some other perspective that kind of speaks to what all of the video that Stephanie was just showing you. A moment ago, he showed you all the encounters. That could also be from the same people. So it's not necessarily millions of new people every time there's an encounter. That could be the same people who were expelled, sent back to Mexico, and then they try and cross again. I just want to put that into context before I bring you this now. The migrant releases based off of the weeks, and this is a much more narrow scope of what we've been seeing starting with November 20th, so just a couple of months ago as opposed to the last several fiscal years. That number here is at 5,400 right here. Then we come out a week later to November 27th. That's why I say these numbers with CBP encounters are only going to go up. These are now, again, the releases. Now we're over 6,900, almost 7,000 for the week of November 27th. Let's go another week forward to December 4th. That number continues to rise. Now we've exceeded 8,000 street releases. This is at the time, of course, also remember when the weather got really cold during that stretch. We were under those ABC7 first alerts for some really downright frigid overnight temperatures, the winds. This is when we were seeing so many migrants sleeping downtown on the streets and sidewalks of downtown El Paso, just outside the Duranguito area, just on the shadows of the El Paso Convention Center, and of course Sacred Heart Church as well. And a lot of those people couldn't get into the shelter because they're undocumented. But it only gets worse from there. Let's go to December 11th here. This now skyrockets above 10,000, 10,300 49 releases in that week alone. And then let's move ahead to December 18th. That's when we finally start to see a little bit of that downshift. So there was that steady rise here for 4 straight weeks, really the better part of a month, until we finally started to see this downward trend. Now we get to December 25th with 3,500, and then we get to a little bit closer to where we are now, January 1st, and we're back under 1,000. But this just speaks several, I think, now hours ago. I mentioned to Dr. Richard Pineda, who had been joining us with from UTEP earlier, this really comes in ebbs and flows. And so the needs and the demands are not always the same week in and week out. When we were going through this stretch here, and you were skyrocketing up to more than 10,000 street releases, that was around the time when everybody was calling for that state of emergency as well, and then ultimately it was enacted. And then that's when you see Texas National Guard come in, set up concertina wire on the banks of the Rio Grande. You have a flood of more resources coming in to try and help out. That helps stem the flow a little bit, and that's why you see these numbers start to decline a little bit. And of course, you'll hear people say as well that this is part of the cleanup effort ahead of the president's visit. But here we are standing here on January 8th, so a full week later. This decline happened well before we knew of the president's visit here to El Paso. So again, this is a promising sign in terms of the releases on the streets, but these are releases. There could also be people who are still crossing illegally, undocumented, and are maybe camping out outside of Sacred Heart Church and maybe not even factored into these numbers because they may not have ever been counted as part of these numbers. So it doesn't mean that the problem is going away or gone. It just speaks to the heart of the ebbs and flows, Stephanie, that we see throughout these surges that can happen throughout. Sometimes we think seasonally, but in many cases, and what we've seen over just the last couple of months, it's a week-to-week thing.
It really is, and the face of the migrants changes as well from different countries. So it really is an ever-changing challenge that El Paso and the federal resources in El Paso are trying to address. Now, real quick, I just want to read something. We got a clearer idea of what Joe Biden said to a question about what he has learned on the border. This happened when he was at the border fence after speaking with those handful of Border Patrol agents and taking a look at Juarez right across the border, seeing Mount Cristo Rey in the background. He said what he's learned on the border, he said they need a lot of resources. We are going to get it for them. Now, of course, what that means in terms of funding, in terms of resources, it's unclear because obviously he's still in El Paso and it has not yet quite left. So again, not quite sure what the answer to that is and what we will see here. But I can tell you that just last week, I spoke with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas about the Biden administration's new border enforcement policies. They were just announced last week, and whether they're going to change the face of the migrant surge that El Paso has been experiencing. This is a one-on-one interview that you'll see only on ABC 7.
A pleasure to be on, and thank you for the opportunity.
So first of all, I saw the updated enforcement for immigration that was released today by the Department of Homeland Security. Can you put into layman's terms what this means, especially for people here in El Paso who've been seeing a surge of migrants?
We expect a decrease in the number of individuals encountered, not just on the border near El Paso, but elsewhere along the southwest border. We are building on the success of the program that we built for Venezuelan nationals, where we saw a 90% decrease in the number of encounters of Venezuelans at our southern border. What we are doing is we are providing a safe and orderly way for people to reach the United States, cutting out the smuggling organizations and delivering consequences for people who arrive in between the ports of entry and have not taken advantage of the lawful pathways that we have built for them.
So do you anticipate with these new policies that are going to be put in place that we will no longer see people waiting on the riverbanks near El Paso, as well as being dropped off in the areas and neighborhoods around the border here in El Paso?
That is certainly our plan. That is certainly our intention. We have seen that success with Venezuelans. We have seen that success initially with Ukrainians under our Uniting for Ukraine program. It is not only a parole program that we have extended to Haitians, Nicaraguans, Cubans, Venezuelans, but we also have a phone application, CBP1, that allows migrants to make appointments at ports of entry so that they can arrive at a port of entry in an orderly way at a pre-designated date and time, and avoid the encounters of irregular migration in between the ports of entry that the residents of El Paso have seen so markedly over the last few weeks. In addition, we will be issuing with the Department of Justice a regulation that provides that individuals who do not take advantage of the lawful pathways that we are providing for them and that have not sought asylum in countries through which they have traveled will have a presumption of ineligibility for asylum in the United States. We are building lawful pathways and imposing consequences when people do not take advantage of those lawful pathways.
Would you call this, just part of it, part of the solution? What is comprehensive immigration reform?
Let me say this. Everyone is in agreement, Stephanie, that our immigration system has long been broken and needs to be fixed. Congress has not accepted its responsibility to fix it, despite the fact that everyone agrees on the need for it. We have accepted our responsibility to do what we can within our limited authorities to address the situation at the southwest border. Today's announcements are important steps forward in that way.
President Biden's going to be coming to El Paso on Sunday. Will you be accompanying him? And can you give us an idea of what the president will see when he comes to the border?
Well, I won't speak to the president's specific plans, but I'm very proud to join the president in El Paso this weekend. I was in El Paso but a few weeks ago, and quite frankly, I've made now close to 20 trips to the southern border in my role currently, and previously as the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security.
And you've been here. Are you urging the president to come and see the riverbanks for himself and to see the drop-off points in the neighborhoods in El Paso where migrants have been essentially living on the streets? Are you urging him to see that?
Stephanie, the president decided to visit El Paso. That was his decision. I'm very proud to join him.
Okay. Secretary, thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And as we saw, Alejandro Mayorkas did accompany President Biden on his tour of El Paso, and we did see, this is a live look now as the motorcade is headed to the El Paso International Airport. And we did, going back to the last question, while he didn't go to Segundo Barrio, he did go to the border wall, although we do understand that he did not see any migrant crossings, which they happen at any time. And of course, whether that was prevented or not, he did not see any migrant crossings himself.
Well, and imagine I did point out when we were showing that video of when he was at the border wall, you could see on the other side of the fence that there was some type of law enforcement presence on the other side.
As there usually is in that area.
And I couldn't make out exactly who it was in that video, but that speaks to the fact that they were going to make it pretty certain that there would not be any type of crossings, because you don't want anyone, whether they're migrants or anyone really, to be within a certain distance of the President of the United States. And you saw the Secret Service agents kind of flanking a perimeter around him. There is a live look at Air Force One at the El Paso International Airport, and the motorcade just made its way onto the tarmac. So the door is open there with the steps leading up to it. So it's only a matter of minutes, if that, probably at this point, that the President will be making his way up the steps, unless there is some other type of... put in the initial schedule of media availability or open press after his arrival. He did not do that. So I am a little curious still to see if there's some sort of gaggle with the media station there on the tarmac, if they're still allowed to be there. They were on the arrival. I'm not even sure if they're able to be positioned there right now, or if this is the closest they're going to be able to get right now. But if there's any sort of quick back and forth, impromptu, not necessarily news conference, but at least a quick back and forth that might happen before he gets on the plane. Otherwise, pretty much. We hear your voice. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can
All
absolutely
right.
hear you. And as
What
you
is,
just
what is your
said,
position right
the
now? Are you on that
president's
side of the fence, or are you on the
motorcade
other
arrived
side?
just a short while ago. We are actually on the opposite side of the tarmac. The president's motorcade is pulling into the tarmac right now. It actually has already pulled in. We're not allowed on the tarmac anymore. There is a press pool camera in there that will be providing some of the visuals, some of the video. But yes, he arrived a short while ago. We're talking about just maybe a minute ago, and they're pulling in right now, getting ready to head out. We do know that he will be departing for Mexico, where he will meet with President Manuel López Obrador and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
So it does not appear as though you'll be within shouting distance of the president to be able to do some type of impromptu open press availability like what was initially put on the schedule after arrival. You did get that moment with Governor Greg Abbott on the tarmac just after 12:30 this afternoon, but it appears as though the president has pretty much wrapped up his trip and will be making his way up those steps and not answering any more questions at our best understanding.
That is absolutely correct. We're nowhere near the president. We're nowhere near the tarmac right now to be able to call out to the president to see if we can get an interview. Not that I would never do that, of course, but like I did with the governor. Yeah, absolutely. If given the opportunity, we would have asked, we would have requested for an interview. So many questions that have to be asked, specifically what he saw, what his perception of the situation going on here in El Paso with the unprecedented migrant surge, and more specifically, the conversation that he had with Governor Greg Abbott. And there he is actually just rising. He's just gone up the steps. As you can see, it's very far away, but he is waving right now and now entering the Air Force One, as we can best tell from this distance. But again, one of the questions that I would press him on would be the conversation that he had with Governor Abbott and the letter, his interpretation of the letter that was handed to him with those 5 points that Governor Greg Abbott says are needed in order to bring better control to the border and more specifically to the migrant surge. Eric?
He had said that he had not read it yet when he was asked about that, when he was made that unscheduled visit to the border wall just within the last hour or so. He did pull it out of his suit jacket and hold it up in the air, but he said he had not read it. So perhaps some leisurely reading material that he has now on his way to Mexico City from El Paso.
Absolutely right. You can see the rest of the entourage, the president's entourage, entering Air Force One. We have not seen that door close just yet, but that's exactly what happens. Other than that, we have the White House press pool that enters from an opposite side of Air Force One. Once everyone is in their seats, then of course we can expect Air Force One to take off and leave the borderland. But for now, that door is closed. We did see the president, or what seems to be the president from this distance, entering Air Force One. So we are just waiting. There are some other people that are going into Air Force One, as we can see from a distance. But the minute that happens, the minute they close the door, then we know that the president will be departing the borderland. Eric?
And so we'll also just making note that President Biden was supposed to depart El Paso about 40 minutes ago. He was supposed to leave at 3:45, and it's now closer to 4:30. So because of that 27-minute...
And he arrived early.
And he arrived early. You're absolutely right, Eric. He came about 12:25.
Yeah, exactly.
So he spent 4 hours.
Yeah, I was going to point that out too.
Hour, yeah, and so he spent a whole hour longer here in El Paso than he had anticipated, or rather, we were made aware that he was going to spend in El Paso with that unannounced visit, going to the border wall and meeting with Border Patrol agents as well. So that would be I would like to know what was said in that conversation as well.
Right now, just to give you an update, the door just closed to Air Force One. They just closed it up, and that mobile stairs, those have been pulled away. So that is a sign that President Biden, Air Force One, with President Biden inside, are getting ready to leave. So that is the latest update that we have thus far. But yeah, I mean, inquiring minds want to know, right? We want to know exactly what the conversation was. We want to know, maybe, as Eric said, good reading material for his way from the borderland to Mexico City.
Yeah, I mean, there are going to be a lot of unanswered questions still that come out of this trip. We've also been joined this whole time by former El Paso Mayor Dee Margo. To summarize over the course of 4 hours, I guess, what would be the biggest question you have? Is it that moment with the Border Patrol agents, or is there one particular moment based on the visit that we've seen here from our vantage point, that is the one burning question that you have coming out of this trip?
I thought this was, I thought what he saw was good. It was important to do it, important to visit with the Border Patrol, see the processing. I'm not sure he saw as much as I would have liked on the migrant processing to understand what they're really doing. But to me, the most important thing to understand is what did the CBP officers that he spoke with at the border, by the fence, what was said? What did they tell him? The press pool says that he said, we're going to get you the resources you want. If that is in fact the case, then I'd like to know exactly, specifically, what resources will he be providing to CBP for control of our borders.
And of course, that's something we're all wondering about, and we'll see in the coming days what comes of this visit, this highly anticipated visit that has come halfway through his time in the White House, that we have all been waiting to see what will be done in terms of alleviating the pressure on El Paso, if something will come in a larger form of immigration reform. We saw, like I said with my interview with Alejandro Mayorkas, there are some parts that are being done, but obviously, as we know, it has to be a bigger part because there is so much that comes in to immigration reform and border security and addressing the issues that we see that affect the entire country, as we've been saying throughout the afternoon. Absolutely.
Immigration reform is a problem for the entire country. It is not just a border problem.
And specifically to that moment with the Border Patrol agents in the green suits along the border wall, Saul is waving us down. Oh, he's got a live interview. Okay, let's go out to Saul.
Yes, I do. I have a live interview.
Samaniego.
That's right. County Judge Ricardo Samaniego just joined me right now. So I have several questions. Thank you so much for joining me. What was you joined the president throughout the entire day. What was your perception?
Well, I mean, we learned a lot from him. I wish we had more time, more opportunity. I had a lot of pressure because a lot of individuals had asked me to, ask certain questions and things like that, but we never had that opportunity. So I'm talking to Julie, who's, sort of the staff person there, and see how we could, give her more information. I know I met with all the NGOs, and they had a lot of concerns and didn't have the opportunity or none of us actually did have the opportunity to be able to talk to him.
One of the burning questions here is a conversation that he had with CBP officials. I don't know if you were there, but however, do you know the contents of that conversation that he had with as Air One is actually, and let me have you step over to the side, as Air One is now taxiing off, preparing for President Biden to depart. I do want to ask you, do you know what the conversation was that CBP officers had with the president?
Yeah, we were separated from there, but he did get information from us about, the change in how they're approaching it, a little bit more aggressive. And so I'm hoping that was conveyed to him because it's not our style. This is a community, it's very humanitarian. I've been looking at a lot of videos and things like that where they're much more aggressive than we've ever seen them. And so very concerned about that because we have to align ourselves. We're humanitarians. We're trying to do the best we can. It's not our fault if they come across and then we treat them right. So I'm concerned about the change in attitude about migrants. It's happened in the last week or so.
County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, I really want to thank you for taking time to talk to us. I appreciate it. Well, I want to send things back to you.
And we can see Air Force One in the background of your shot there. It is as it's taxiing.
There's actually two planes.
Like
You've got Air Force One, and then you have one of the 757s as well, which is carrying obviously other people, part of the delegation that is heading to Mexico City.
It carries vehicles.
Or actually, right. Yeah, you've got that too. And obviously, there were people who came here to El Paso today, including Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, who don't get back on the plane and don't travel down to Mexico City with the president. They're just making the trip here specifically for this trip. So we can see a couple of the tails. It's only a matter of minutes here before Air Force One takes off. And you know what? All things considered, at 4:30 in the afternoon, that extra hour will also buy him a view of the beautiful El Paso sunset. Mm-hmm. So that'll be the lasting image that I think President Biden will have as he makes his way across the border via the sky, heading south to Mexico City, is a beautiful El Paso sunset.
And we're waiting for the president to take off.
We should get a pretty good view once it takes off.
Yeah, but in the meantime, if there are any final thoughts from you, former Mayor Margo?
No, I think I've covered it.
Over 4 hours, you think you've said it all?
I think so.
Yeah.
I was going to say, before we saw that we had the live interview with County Judge Ricardo Samaniego, as you see, all right, this is the moment here where it's going to start to take off. So I think if we zoom this out and once it gets in the sky, it'll be a pretty obvious sight to see here in the El Paso sky. This is Air Force One that is getting set on the runway now. It is taking off, and that will wrap up really just over 4 hours when you clock it. Air Force One touched down in El Paso just prior to 12:30. I believe it was about 12:25 was the official landing time, and the takeoff time will be right about now at 4:31 here. So just over 4 hours. It was supposed to be 12:45 to 3:45. It ends up being just before 12:30 all the way to past 4:30. So the better part of 4+ hours on the ground here in El Paso for this presidential visit to El Paso. The first time we are seeing the president, a president, I should say. First time we're seeing President Biden here, of course. First time we're seeing a presidential visit since August of 2019, which of course was for a reason that we all know very well.
And I'm flipping through the remarks from, okay, it is in the air, but I don't think we have a vantage point if our camera on the ground can get that, and I understand we don't have the pool camera access anymore. Okay. All right, we're going to wrap it up. Thank you for staying with us through our coverage of the president's visit to El Paso. We'll be back on ABC 7 at 5, recapping everything on his time on the ground here in El Paso.
Our thanks to former El Paso Mayor Dee Margo as well for joining us. Our thanks to you for sticking with us here throughout the coverage on ABC 7. We'll condense 4 hours into 30 minutes coming up on ABC 7 at 5.